This sitting is resumed. Honourable Leader, the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I promise you that I'll try not to be long. I want to applaud the Honourable Minister, the member for St. James Central, who led on the presentation of this bill today, for the stand he publicly took in advocating for the interests of the vending class in Barbados. There are a couple of things which might have been said by him, of which I want to make early mention before I forget. The indication is that this bill will go to select committee. The further indication is that it will come back in 2 to 3 weeks. My faith is weak with respect to that. And if my memory is still sound, we have had instances of matters going from this House to select committee that took, rather than 2 to 3 weeks, took months, I think over a year in the case of the Integrity in Public Life Bill before it got back here. Would not want to see that type of fate befall this piece of legislation. But my faith is weak that it will be done in 2 to 3 weeks. But I urge the utmost haste and call for urgency to be attached to the effort to get it through the process of committee focus and to actually come back here with improved substance so that we can further discuss the interests of the vending class in Barbados. I personally don't believe the bill goes far enough. It does address the important issue of decriminalizing of the activities around vending in Barbados, and that is absolutely important and necessary. But I don't know that that in itself goes far enough. The honourable member also did indicate, and I think inadvertently, he may have sent a signal to the vending public and consumers who benefit from the activities of vending in Barbados. He may have inadvertently sent the wrong signal. He did say that the bill does not in any way include the police. The police are not a part of this. I think that he might need to clarify that before it is too late, and before, by misinterpretation of what he intended to say, people give themselves to the type of behavior that actually brings them into trouble with the law. I do not know that we can engage in any public activity in Barbados, in the public spaces of Barbados, any type of activity, economic or otherwise, in the public spaces of Barbados, and be of the view that police action might not at some time have something to do with what is transpiring. I don't think he intended to say that, but we live in a day when people easily misinterpret what is said. And though this bill does not make reference to policing activity, and though we want to see behind us the images of canine, recourse to canine intervention and stuff like that around vending activities in Barbados, we don't want people to believe that the law does not obtain, and that if necessary, once you're talking about public order, public safety, policing is not a necessary, an essential part of that. The police themselves would not be of that view, I am sure, and you do not want to send the type of signal that can see generated some type of conflict which you would prefer not to see. The minister did make the very important point that we needed to, and he gave us a long treatise in history with respect to the actions of the Parliament of Barbados around formulation of legislation that ran counter to the interests of vending and vendors in Barbados. And we do necessarily have that need to reflect on what predecessor parliaments in this land have done in terms of legislation framed and passed in the honored chambers of Parliament, which work against or work counter to the interests of the vending class in Barbados. Now, while we must necessarily reflect upon the past, I think there is equally and perhaps more so a need to reflect upon what we are currently doing as a parliament and to perhaps make some reference going forward to what we plan to do as a parliament to facilitate in far better ways the empowerment of the vending class in Barbados. It's one thing to look back and to learn from the lessons of the past. It is one thing to look back and be regretful of some of the things that transpired in the past and which were made law in Barbados that diminish the value of the contribution of a particular class and stymie the effort to rise in terms of the economic status in our society. It's one thing to do that, but if we fail to go to the other end and really, truly contemplate what it is we are called upon, what now constitutes our duty as the current parliament and the parliament going forward to do to make sure those interests are facilitated and the lot of vendors in Barbados is bettered. If we fail to do that in sufficient terms, then we fall short of the mark which I believe we are setting ourselves. We must have a clear and fulsome vision of what it is we are seeking to do in the Parliament of today. For me, Mr. Speaker, this is about the descendants of Miss Shepherd. Do you know who Miss Shepherd is, Mr. Speaker? Miss Shepherd, I remember from my young days, childhood days at primary school. Miss Shepherd sold at the gate of St. Giles Boys School. I don't know if you ever entered. No, you're not.
I'm a Robert Boys School.
You're Roebuck. You're Roebuck?
Yes.
Okay. I think in those days we had a very healthy rivalry between St. Giles Primary and Roebuck. Of course, evidence would suggest that where that rivalry manifested itself in any type of competition, St. Giles usually trumped Roebuck. I'm sure that would be your memory. All the time, every single time. And Miss Shepherd sold at the gate. I can see now and I can taste now her salted golden apples, fish cakes, Morby, and I see the honourable member for Christchurch East has such pleasant memories as well. But to me, this is about the descendants of Miss Shepherd. It's not about her biological descendants. I don't even know if there were any of those. But certainly her descendants in terms of economic activity. And the tragedy is today that perhaps those who give themselves to vending today, some out of necessity, some out of an impulse so to do, and a resolve so to do, to make themselves better in our society. The tragedy perhaps is today that she operated in a circumstance of confinement and of constraint and of meager earnings. And I do not know that substantially and in comparative terms, that constraint, that confinement to which her circumstances then, or the circumstances of the then time subjected her, have significantly changed in this day and age in comparative terms. So vendors today are similarly confined, they're similarly constrained, and earnings are equally as meager as existed decades ago when I was but a boy at St. Giles School, learning at the feet of Mr. Giles and Miss Riley and Mr. Greenwich. And that we could come this far and that circumstances in comparative terms remain the same where the aspirations of those who give themselves to vending are limited by ceilings imposed by a system not designed to serve their interests or to give outlet to their passions and impulses. That we have to change. We move in the right direction when we seek to change that by the process of decriminalization of the activity. But if that is all we do, if that is all we can conceive of, then we still fall short of the mark. Mr. Speaker, it must be about the economic movement to bring vending into the mainstream of Barbadian economic activity. If that is not the goal, then our vision is blurred. If that is not the goal, then our vision is not far-sighted enough. But it must be about ensuring the movement of vending into the mainstream of Barbadian economic activity. Anything else is mere tokenism. Decriminalization itself can amount to mere tokenism if that is all there is embraced by the vision that we have. If that is all there is that is captured by the policy initiatives which we seek to put in place. Decriminalization is a moral imperative, an absolute moral must. We can't criminalize people as we have done in the past and have long established criminal records stand against them for slight breaches of regulatory frameworks. And the body of rights set to be established to some extent in this legislation is also very needful, but we must go beyond that. It must be an effort, a vision that gives expression in an effort to move vending into the mainstream of Barbadian economic activity. We must move people, Mr. Speaker, therefore, away from dependence and reliance on state charity and welfare systems and welfare offerings. We must move people away from reliance on subsidies when things get a little bit difficult and move them to a place of serious and significant empowerment. People need to be made to be brought to a place where they are more self-sufficient, more self-reliant, where the spirit of entrepreneurship is alive, not only alive, but it is alive and well because of the environment in which it operates. So this business of bringing people into the mainstream of economic activity who are involved, engaged in vending, is about a movement of people. You have to move people from point A to point B. Decriminalizing around the process may be is in fact a very important part of it. If it only amounts to that far step, then we have a step far enough, and therefore we must move people. Vendors engage in the distribution of produce largely. I use the word produce in a broad and general way. All of their offerings that they serve to public consumption. Now we have an issue in Barbados. We import a lot of what we consume. Our member of St. Philip South has indicated he's embarked on a program to address that situation so that we're not importing a whole set of stuff, but that we can see viable alternatives brought to the market. Viable alternatives brought to the market by those who are in the front lines of vending. Vending at the level of which we speak today. Street vending, wayside vending, vending in the garden spaces, in the marketplaces, on the beach. We want to see these people have access to alternative units of produce. And I use that, like I say, in a very broad term. It's not only agricultural, but certainly even if you dwell only on the agricultural aspect of produce. They must be able, in a viable and sustainable way, to access alternatives which can be brought to the market for public consumption. So you're not only moving people, you're moving the quality and the nature and the character of that which they offer, the produce. So in a viable and sustainable way, they can do their retail, they can do the economic vending activity in a fashion that responds to the demands and needs of the market, but also makes a proper, healthy living for themselves. The legislation which we bring here about vending must go beyond decriminalization. We must seek, in fact, to change the power relationships existing in the market. If we don't change the power relationships, the Honourable member used the illustration of, I think it was a triangle, and he spoke about those at the top forever and those at the bottom forever. And if we do not change the relationship status existing in the marketplace, then we have not done anything beyond tokenism. Yes, tell a man that he will not be criminalized for this, and there will not be any criminal record standing against him for long for this, that we will apply administrative strictures and penalties for that. That is cool, that is good. But that man must be able to live, and the activity in which he's engaged must be a viable activity that can support and underpin that living experience and the quality of life. So we have to change those power relationships. We can make reference to color, and the color aspect of it is real. And I join with the Honourable Member St. James Central, the minister who presented, Honourable Minister who led this presentation today. And we know that there are class distinctions and class features and characteristics attaching to the equation of that relationship. There are economic indices attaching to those relations. So we have to change the power structures. We have to change the power relations out there in the marketplace. If, in our attempts to improve the lot for vendors, we do not change those power relationships, the status that exists right now between the players in the field, the big ones and the not so big ones, the well-off and the not so well. We don't change that substantially, that vendors have a greater stake out there in the market space, then we fall short of that for which we aim if you fail to empower them. What is the level of contribution to the economy that is brought by what we define as vending? I don't know that I have heard that said yet by anybody, but what is the level of contribution to the Barbados economy by vending activity in Barbados? People in Cheapside, people in Fairchild Street, when they used to be. There's still some there outside of the market space. But what is the level of contribution that is making to the national economy? And therefore, thinking in purely numerical terms, if we're thinking in terms of revenue generated or spurred in the economy, what can we do to increase the level of that contribution, whatever it is? We have to know what it is. I don't know if it's ever been weighed or valued or measured in any way. But if it has, what is the figure? What does vending contribute to the national economy, a gross domestic product in Barbados? What does it? And how can we improve it? Because it is in the effort to improve that contribution to the economy that quite incidentally, but also quite deliberately, we improve the lot of those who are involved in vending. It is too important an activity to be left to the informal, casual, non-regulated structures and systems that now exist. So it has to be brought to it law and order and a proper regulatory framework so that casual kind of weekend mindset related to the activity, we have to move away from that and build a real culture around vending in Barbados. If we're serious about it, if we ourselves don't see vendors as being part of the bottom class in Barbados, if we see them as serious players in the Barbados economy, if we really want to bring them along and help them to bring the economy along, if we really want to impact upon their quality of life in a positive way and the quality of life of their families, then we have to put in place the proper structures and regulatory framework and move away from this culture of the casual and this culture of the almost ad hoc situation that exists in several respects around the activity. Now, Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of planning and development planning must also take some cognizance of this matter. And our planning policy, our physical developmental policy platforms must take into consideration and must bring on board as well a vision for development of vending in Barbados. Now, the facilitation of the movement of economic elites from Broad Street, from Bridgetown, into centers like Warren's, Six Roads, Sheraton, Salters, one or two other spaces, Old Town. The movement of economic elites from these urban spaces, confined urban spaces, into these new extra-urban, if I might call it that, suburban, more modern, more commodious circumstances, is not to be seen as flawed. I am not suggesting that the movement of moneyed interests out of Broad Street into these new centers of economic activity that I just identified is anything wrong. It becomes wrong, Mr. Speaker. It becomes flawed, Mr. Speaker, if we only facilitate their movement. But if we do not facilitate the movement of vendors into a better situation, then that movement, which is economically partisan to elite economic interests, that then is the product of a flawed vision of development. So as we plan for the development of those who would occupy the Warren centers and the Six Road centers and all of that, our developmental planning, our physical development planning must also consider the interests not only of the moneyed class, not only of the property interests, but of the interests of the poor and the powerless in Barbados. And I think vendors are largely part of that poor and powerless class that occupy our economic spaces. So we have to encourage that, and planning must seek to that. We are rebuilding the Fairchild Street market. I have not gone there. I have not seen the plans. But I wonder to what extent we have developed any kind of linkage between the new Fairchild Street space and the existing bus terminal. Now, you have seen it because you're a traveled person, Mr. Speaker. You've seen it when you go into some ports, seaports, even airports. You don't get off of a ship, you don't get off of a plane, you don't make your way out of that facility unless your journey takes you through vending spaces. You know that. And even in the Caribbean, we've seen several of those, which are much better located than what we have had here in Barbados. The point I'm trying to make is you're rebuilding a modern market facility, I think, in Bridgetown, Fairchild Street. What is in terms of the planning of the development, is there a link between the movement of hundreds, thousands who come into the bus terminal every day and debus or disembark the buses? Does that movement, or would that movement take them through the market space? My recollection seems to be it takes them in the opposite direction. I stand to be corrected on that, but the point I'm making, whether I'm right on that or not, in terms of the now movement, the point I'm making is that when you're planning and you're building, you're having your physical development, the linkages must exist, in my view, not only with respect to how the interests of those higher up and better off are served, but how are the interests of the smaller players, those in vending in Barbados, what are the linkages being established? And they must be deliberately established, can be incidental. I seem to remember that when I was but a boy and traveling by bus from school, and I go into the market or go into the bus stand, there's easy movement from one space to another. I'm simply saying, in terms of physical development planning, These things must be deliberate and cannot be left to incident or to the incidental. Question, Mr. Speaker. Is there a role for the state in facilitating the marketing and advertising thrusts of some of these vending centers, vending associations, vending facilities? I asked that because I went with a group of the PDP to a couple of the markets some months ago, and one of the comments and feedback that we got in interacting with people was that they needed help with marketing. Now, governments in Barbados have assisted big players, especially in the tourism sector, but big players in other forms of economic activity with advertising and marketing. Now, I'm simply saying that subsidies can be applied in various ways. And what is there that stops a government from seeing as part of its effort to empower a class that historically, traditionally, for centuries have been disadvantaged, that you now want to change? What it stops a government from decriminalizing the activity or activities around that sector? What stops that same government from going the next step in an effort to empower these workers, these classes? What is there that stops a government from assisting with marketing of a facility, with marketing of products, with advertising? And these people do not have the means so to do at the appropriate scale and level necessary. I'm simply saying government can see a role for facilitating this. This is done for bigger players. They can do that for those who are involved. This is one of the things that visit threw up, and I'm sure they can benefit from this marketing and to some extent advertising support. Now, the historical trip or the history trip on which the Honourable Member took us, which was necessary, a little lengthy but necessary, because he sought to create an understanding of the framework within which government, having analyzed the historical situation, the performance of this Parliament, sought to make a correction to the course that we have long been embarked upon for over 3 centuries. But the tensions around the issue, of vending, and they are very much reflective in the dynamic of the historical struggle that's taken place in Barbados. He's right when he says, the Honourable Member is, that there's some people who don't want to hear these things, that there's some people of a certain hue who believe that they have some divine right to a sustained order and status quo that can never be shaken, challenged, or changed. He's right about that. And much of what obtains around vending in Barbados is reflective of that historical struggle dynamic taking place. You see it played out, Mr. Speaker, when the hotelier has a cause to feel a sense of threat from the beach vendor, or the beach vendor feels that he's being oppressed by the hotel operator. You see it when the retailer, in the traditional sense, feels a threat dynamic coming from the street vendor. So you got conflict between the street vendor and the traditional retailer, conflict between the hotelier and the beach vendor. And it is very much reflective of the struggle that has gone on in places like Barbados, across the Caribbean, for centuries and for years, as the Honourable Member rightly indicated. And some of those tensions relate to what some of the sociologists, some of the economists, some of the political thinkers, some of the philosophers see as the spatial struggle. The Honourable Member mentioned from his research a few scholars of note who had spoken with reference to Jamaica, but reflected, of course, on the Caribbean in a wider sense. And it is that struggle, it is an urban struggle around spatial dynamics, spatial spatial issues. Now, the traditional sector is of the view in justifying its entrenched position, in its desire to hold on to that entrenched position. The traditional sector is given to putting forward arguments like this: the presence of an informal economy reflecting itself in vending activities diminishes government's ability to take tax revenue. In other words, the vendor operating in front of my store on Swan Street is stopping sales from coming to me. The vendor outside my store on Swan Street selling some of the same things I do, that means that people will not come in and buy from me. That means my revenue generated as a company will not be as I anticipated it will be. My taxes, therefore, which are due to government, will be smaller than perhaps government would like. And so in an effort to justify holding on to an entrenched advantage, they point to a system which, in their view, diminishes government's ability to generate revenue. That is a type of argument that you get. The dynamic of urban conflict, urban space control obtains, it is very relevant to the Barbadian situation. Absolutely relevant to the Barbadian situation. The conflict around spatial control, the control of a small urban space. This is not a dynamic peculiar to Barbados. This is happening in small economies. This is happening in bigger economies, even in places like New York and international centers. There's that conflict, that dynamic of struggle operating around spatial control, controlling a space. And so if I live in and operate a business on a street in New York, I don't want to see scores of trolley vendors, scores of valise traders occupying the space, because they are interfering with my flow of through traffic. They are cutting into my sales. I don't want to see it in Swan Street if they're outside of my doors. They're creating a hindrance. They're creating an issue for me. And so a vendor seeks to assert his right to earn a living, or her right to earn a living. A traditional retailer sees the challenge and the threat and the obstacle posed and the dynamic there of controlling the urban space, creating a conflict, a tension. And much of what the history reflects has traditionally been that. Those laws which were passed, those dastardly laws, bits of legislation to which the Honourable Member referred from his research, all intended to control a space, all intended to curtail the rise, potentially, of an activity that seeks only by its principles, seeks only to ensure that they themselves, these principles, can earn a living. And this is not something only theoretical. People like Lefebvre, the Honourable Member, is steeped in study of political science and political economy and the philosophy around political economy as well. He would know who Lefebvre is. You yourself might know a socialist-oriented philosopher, political thinker, and he was one of the people who significantly advocated, pronounced on that type of dynamic, and it operates here in Barbados. And much of the tension you see between traditionally established operators, wherever they are, whether it be beach-related or Swan Street-related or wherever, and the new emerging class struggling to maintain its own existence. Where you see that, that's the dynamic that is in play there. Spatial control, control of a space. Now, when you have these kind of conflicts, tensions are rife, and therefore people can give themselves sometimes to activity which is not desired or desirable, and can find themselves sometimes in breach of the law or in breach of the regulations. Now, you have to treat to these things, but as you treat to these things, you cannot give a weighty advantage to your traditional sector at the expense of your emerging class. And if government's intention is to ensure that that type of dynamic and that type of conflict is brought to a halt or certainly reduced, then it's a move in the right direction. But you've got to empower those people who seek to earn a living simply to raise their families and to have a proper quality of life. So that's the arena in which working class struggle, or one of the arena in which working class struggle takes place, that conflict for urban spatial control, the conflict between property interests and poverty interests. And government must find its way, in honor of its mandate, to facilitate both extremes of wealth seeking. Government must find a way to balance its policy efforts such that the poor do not remain powerless and the property class continue to occupy solely the higher echelons of economic prosperity in Barbados. The minister spoke of it with respect to being an impulse, and so it is. It is the impulse of the dispossessed, the impulse of the dispossessed to improve themselves and to improve the lot for their family. And to the extent that there is a criminalizing element involved in retarding their progress, we need to have that removed. Now, there's some issues generally and specifically to which I would want quickly to speak before I sit down. Government, I said here recently, I think it was in response to the same honorable member who presented here on another occasion, another debate. Government is not only, or the state is not only, the state is not only a spectator in matters of pricing. Barbadians, we are said to be price takers, not price makers. And those whose products we consume, largely foreign, are price makers. But government should always see itself as a price shaper, a price shaper. Right now, there's a debate raging in Barbados about the exorbitant increase in prices taking place of commodities across the spectrum in Barbados. Started with energy a little while back. A lot of hue and cry. And the position is by government is that these are price increases, inflationary trends that we are importing and over which we have no control. My view is, I shared it some weeks ago. I was glad to hear a prominent businessman over the last day or two espousing the same view. Government by its tax structure, government by its duty structure can help to shape prices. And where we are importing some inflationary trends in prices, whether it is energy or any other commodity or any other import unit, there's a tax structure, there's a duty structure which is applied, and government can address itself to redress of increasing escalation, inflation in prices by looking at amending its tax structure, its duty structure. That is not rocket science, and I'm sure that those who have ears to hear will perhaps hear now. It has been said by a prominent businessman rather than a poor fella born out of St. Joseph and raised in Station Hill. But it's a reality. Now, why is that important? Because it impacts on prices which are then available to those who are in vending. And then when prices go up, sales fall off, revenue is reduced and diminished. Vendors feel the impact, Mr. Speaker. So whether it is the impact of prices, inflated prices on the farming community, some of which have been caused by government itself, you know, that water sewage thing. Farmers are still crying and reeling from that. And government did that. Government did that. You can't get away from that. That wasn't imported. But when you cause for the cost to the farming community to increase, then resulting from that is increased cost to the vending public. When that happens, the guy who usually buys 2 pounds of onions will buy 1. And therefore, The man who usually carries home to his woman the value of 2 pounds of onions can only carry home 1. And before you know it, all other kinds of issues come to the fore. So the issue of government tax and duty structure on units of consumption, small and great, some primary, some very sophisticated. Government needs to take a look at that. It has implications for the vendors as well, and it impacts the farming community, the ability to deliver to the market at properly available prices. Now, Mr. Speaker, another issue to me of some significance, and the minister talked about that in detail, not a spell out, but I agree with him wholeheartedly. This business of lack of proper sanitary facilities and toilet facilities, on vending situations in Barbara. He referred to our women working in the agricultural fields along the highway. You have none. All over town, no toilets. I think somebody said that of Port of Spain. No toilets. It is amazing, Mr. Speaker. You go in some offices and institutions in Bridgetown, they don't have a toilet facility available to public. Old lady there scrambling. Old man can't hold his water together, but you have to stand up in a line in a bank for an hour. Mr. Speaker, we have long passed that day. And when it attaches to the activity of vending, then it exposes people to not only inconvenience and discomfort, but then their health-related issues. So I support the minister very strongly in denouncing that, decrying that, and Barbados at 2021 should be moving far away from the traffic movement, Mr. Speaker, development planning, physical development, traffic movement. If you want to support vending activity and empower vendors, your traffic movement around your vending areas and the whole set of spaces here delineated in this bill all across Bridgetown, from up in your political area where it borders mine, Mr. Speaker, all down Bridgetown, all up in Halls Road to South Central and Bridgetown City areas, and a whole geographical space delineated, I think, in this bill. And what about traffic movement? What about traffic movement? Does traffic movement take into consideration the need of vendors? We now set up a new vendor space at Spring Garden, moving them away from Cheapside. I think some of them have, out of displeasure and dissatisfaction, moved back. But we will set up a new vending space at Spring Garden. I don't know, I might be wrong. All my members say Michael, West Central, Northwest can tell me. I don't know that there's a transport board bus that passes there. Is there? Don't tell me you don't know. Don't say you don't know. People, they're listening from Northwest. There's a bus that passes there? Huh? Which bus is that? I don't see Minister Travel. Which bus is that? Anyhow, and this is the type of thing we must make sure that the public transport and the flow of traffic is such that these people can benefit. My impression was that this is an area that you go to if you can drive your own car. It's not in walking distance of people. And I don't know that the public transport passes there. If it does, I'm happy to hear that. But the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, traffic movement is something over which we should exercise care to connect with these vending centers. People move to Warrens and people move to 6 Roads because there's a lot of movement of traffic because they're public service transport vehicles, state-owned and privately owned, that pass these places with frequency, and people have access. People have access. And in any planning situation, if you're looking to empower vendors, you must consider where you locate them and how the movement of traffic impacts upon that exercise. And sanitation issues, this goes away from the pure toilet facilities. Actual sanitation issues. Bridgetown, unhappily, Mr. Speaker, I say, Bridgetown is one of the dirtiest towns around the place. I talk outside of Barbados. That is true. And that's not something of which we are proud. We know what happens in the alleys. We know the fragrances and odors that are prominent in certain places. So sanitation in terms of removal of garbage and stuff like that. Movement of human traffic away from these city centers is what is attracting the interest of those who have the wherewithal to move. So fellas see down the road, this is what's going to happen. This is what's taking place. The highway is coming through there. We're going to be building up there. So next thing you know, you wake up next morning and this institution, this business entity is located right there because the movement of human traffic is going to be coming through there with the physical development planning. Those who are poor and powerless don't have the means to do this, and government in its interests and their interests must look out for that. We've changed vending from being, take away from it the notion of it being a weekend activity principally and create a real culture. I still think that we look with some degree of if not contempt, a degree of regret and a little bit of shamefacedness upon the activity of vending, and that ought not to be. Some do it in sophisticated ways and styles and with products, others not so sophisticated. The activity is the same. You're selling something to earn something to support your livelihood and to keep your family. And therefore, we have to create that culture and take out of it the notion of it being a weekend activity. Mr. Speaker, whether we admit it or not, we have seen the very prominent presence of we've seen a prominent immigrant presence in the vending spheres of Barbados. You go shop yourself, I believe. I have seen your wife leading you down Spring Garden in instances, and I say that deliberately. I've seen her leading you down, and I've forgotten what I wanted to say. I should really leave you alone.
That is correct.
Yes, and the point is that the extent to which we are treating to the presence of that immigrant presence in vending in Barbados. You go into a store in Barbados, and you go to some of the vending spaces, the markets in Barbados, a lot of the time, it is a Windward Island voice, a Jamaican voice, a Guyanese voice. And I'm not putting that down. I'm not decrying that. I believe strongly in regionalism. We all need each other from time to time, as Barbados is finding out now. But one has to study this development, the declining presence of the Bajan person, the Barbadian, in the vending spheres of Barbados, and to ascertain what is happening there. We once very easily said that Guyanese come to Barbados to work in the agricultural fields because Bajans feel themselves beyond that. And that we can pay people who come to stay with us for a while and work in the fields less than we can pay Bajans. We need to study what is happening with respect to vending. The last few times I have been into stores in Bridgetown, those who have dealt with me have not been Barbadians, principally Jamaicans and Guyanese. And that needs to be studied as to the extent to which we really, in an effort to foster vending and empower vendors and encourage Barbadians in the context of a culture to embrace that afresh, we need to study to see what we need to do. There is one ethnic group, couple ethnic groups, not Barbadian, not black, that have developed the dynamic of a culture around itinerant vending in Barbados. And we used to look at that in a sort of a little bit of a derogatory way. We refer to the coolie man and all kinds of stuff. But these people have become prominent businessmen. There's serious support props for the economy right now and have been for a while. And all I'm saying is other ethnic groups have developed a culture around what they are doing. The culture of the activity or around the activity drives these ethnic groups. For Barbadians, it seems to be a matter of necessity. When things are brown, when I lose my job, when the economy takes a downturn, as in the mid-70s, early mid-70s, as when there is a downturn in the economy in the 90s, when government laid off a lot of people, like when manufacturing took a plunge and some of the foreign plants that came here, especially in the electronic manufacturing sector, closed the doors, and other manufacturing concerns closed the doors. People felt the need to go and to get involved in vending. As is now with the COVID situation, retourism and its spillover into the other areas of economic endeavor, driving people out of a sense of necessity to get involved in vending, while other ethnic groups have built a culture around that and have made it a business and are earning a lot from Barbadian pockets. And we see their movement. One day, used to be they were on a bicycle or a motorcycle, then a car, then a van, then a store. Then they own stores and malls. Mr. Speaker, that is movement. And it comes because a culture has been built around the activity as opposed to simply necessity being the mother of effort and initiative. We need to increase we've seen that increase in the number of vendors in these down times, but we need to see that our people are not driven by simply a survivalist mindset, and that necessity is not the thing that imperatively compels them to go and do this until they can get over and do better. Build a culture around it. You don't do that simply by decriminalizing the process. You do that by empowering the people within the process, improving access to better products, and facilitating them as we did for other sectors. And we did that gleefully in Barbados, have done it gleefully, willingly for years in Barbados, to help other sectors and other classes get ahead. Now, there are a few things in the bill, and I'll sit down just now, Mr. Speaker. It was twice as long as I intended. There's some things in the bill. It refers to some types of activity on page 10. Page 10, is it? Yeah, page 10. And this is page 10, and this is in clause 2, which deals with interpretation, and it talks about the staging of fairs, farmers markets, festivals, carnival, or cultural, entrepreneurial, religious, recreational events only. And my question whether or not that also included political related activities. I know political parties are given to that. Maybe this administration in office today does not need to do that because it has the government purse, the benefit of the government purse, and it has its contacts with the money class in Barbados. Those are very well fastened and sustained. Maybe they don't need to raise money by recourse to vending events. But I wonder if that refers or captures, includes in there, Minister can tell us that, political as well as in educational institutions. On page 11, I see a number of entities, the bakery, the canteen operating the club, hospital, institution or school, club, restaurant, hotel. My question is, and I've seen this happen often, and it still exists, what about the lady or the man who is doing vending through the side window of his house or the front window of his house or her house? That is an important activity for some. They don't go afoot, but they sell through the window or through the door of the house. Page 13 speaks to the matter of license fees. I believe this business of paying license fees to be able to earn a living is archaic. Maybe those of the law profession can afford it, and maybe they make so much that the license, the professional fees, which they have to pay, a registration fee, is it, annually, should stay in place. I think medical practitioners also pay this. But I think it's an archaic system to have poor, powerless people having to pay a license fee simply to earn a living. Certainly, the government can do without the volume of revenue which is generated by a person having to pay a license fee, Mr. Speaker, a license fee in 2021. So if you want to sell something from your little sell akis at the corner of Bussa in St. Mikey East there, my honorable friend who likes to sit next to me is indicating.
He's a vendor also, sir? That's what you were saying?
He used to be a vendor. I am well informed that he was a vendor. I first learned that in a cabinet meeting, Mr. Speaker. The dialogue around that I would speak with you of privately because it cannot be mentioned here. And he attested to the fact that he was a vendor.
Legitimate, I would believe, honorable member.
Sorry?
Legitimate.
Legitimate, yeah. I used to sell potatoes and stuff out of the back of the car. I heard him say that with my own ears. And you mean to tell me, Mr. Speaker, that you got to get a license fee?
I had a university degree.
And he had a university degree at the time. And you mean to tell me that he has to pay a license fee for that? So I believe we can really get past this license fee. You might say it's $100, it's $200, and it's small. But government can do without that in this day and age. A small amount, but it is not the amount, the value. It's the principle of the thing. Why should a man have to pay a little $100 or $200 to sell a couple potatoes or a couple okras or a couple video things from a suitcase on Swan Street, a couple T-shirts? You have to pay $100, $200. The license fee business is archaic. You want to empower people, do these necessary things, because government can do without that. Like I'm saying, it is not the value, it is the principle. And we're talking about it, we're talking to a government here that has waived millions of dollars in taxes for business interests. You want to tell me you waive millions of dollars for taxes for business interests, but a man down the road, a poor old lady up the road, has to pay $100, $200 for a license fee. Now, I don't mind the penalties, the administrative penalties, although I think the fees are too high. $500 and $1,500, $1,000. Ooh. Yeah, and I hear you soundly. So I don't mind the penalties for breaches because you have to have order. I do think those penalties are a bit high. But I absolutely do not agree with the payment. It should long be gone. These are conductors paying a fee. I think drivers probably pay the fee then. I don't know if that's still the case. Look, you pay a fee if you want to go and get a driver's license, so you understand that. But work is a right. The ability to work is a right. And therefore, what democratic society in 2021, having developed to the extent that we have, such economically that we can waive millions of dollars to elite interests running race horses, to other elite interests and conglomerates in this, millions of dollars, but we have to charge your grandmother, the descendants of Miss Shepherd, $100 and $200 to sell 2 pairs. Now, to me, we can do without that. If we are that desperate as a state for revenue, then we can close shop and go home. I really do believe that. I'm sure no minister of this government in here pays any fee to work as a minister of state. Absolutely none. They have a right to earn just like anybody else. I think I'm hearing, Mr. Speaker, that they pay at election time. I think I heard that from the lips of Honourable St. James Central. I don't know how much he spends down there. And if he sees that as a fee or a penalty. But the point is, if we as a state in 2021, and our economy is such that we need to do this, while at the same time we're waiving millions for the already well-to-do and well-off. No minister in here pays a fee. No speaker in here pays a fee. No opposition member in here pays a fee. There are 2 or 3 of us, but none of us pay a fee. None of us pay a fee. None of us pay a fee. None of us pay. Whose name shall remain unmentioned. And it's not to be assumed that they sit near me, Mr. Speaker. But none of us pay a fee to work. So we need to.
That is plural for the opposition, or are you saying none of us, meaning parliamentarians, MPs? That's what you mean, sir? Or when you say none of us, that was strictly speaking in relation to opposition, sir?
None of us,
I remember.
none of those who are ministers in here pay a license fee to work, and none of us here who are members of the opposition, and there are a few of us, pay any fee to hold the positions which we now hold in here. Absolutely none of us. I assure you. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to sit down because I've been long. The minister talked about, well, he didn't mention this, but it's in the bill, the recourse of those who have issues to a tribunal. And I'm happy to see that that is in there, and that we're dealing with things administratively rather than criminally. But we are aware of what has happened with reference to tribunals in this country already, of various sorts. The long wait to have your matter heard before a tribunal, the bureaucratic issues, the systemic and structural deficiencies around the establishment of tribunals, and I would hope that this is not the case if that is where we need to go. In terms of the makeup of the committee, I noticed there were 14 or 15 people, and I might be interpreting it wrongly, but I didn't see any reference to any presence from the Ministry of Agriculture. That surprised me. We got other ministries there. The closest I think we get to that is
On the point of elucidation,
fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Agriculture, your honourable member, I'm just elucidating.
Yes, sir.
The honourable member would be guided because the supervisor of markets, who is an agent.
Honourable the opposition. He's
Oh,
on
sorry,
stage.
sorry.
Superintendent of markets, who is an agent of the Ministry of Agriculture, is a member of that committee. So the Ministry of Agriculture is represented through its agent responsible for markets in Barbados.
All right, with that, I thank you, sir.
No.
No, he wants to. No, he doing something different. He doing something different. He doing something different. Honourable St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at this point I would beg that the House postpone further consideration of this bill. It is the intention of the craving your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, craving your indulgence.
No, yeah. Speak afterwards. Them speak after. Them speak afterwards. Speak. Okay. I'm in for grace, sir. So,
I'm much obliged to you, sir. Good afternoon. I know it is a few hours since you last heard me here. I crave your indulgence for some brief intervention on the matter of the vending bill brought by the Honourable Member for St. James Central. And before I make that intervention, Your Honour, please permit me to announce and to express personal condolences to the family of a stalwart of this party who passed just before midday yesterday morning, Miss Gloria Aline of Enterprise in Christchurch. That happens to be in my constituency And I do so on behalf of the Honourable Member for the city as well, because Miss Eileen originally came from Bridgetown, and I have been the beneficiary of that migration to Christchurch South. And I could not let too much time elapse before I sought to pay tribute to her and to express condolences to her family. She was 80 years old, and we're here for no other basic reason than that people send us here. And Miss Eileen was one of those very strident, and permit me to say, very vocal persons who over the years supported this party, rejoiced in our victories, and became extremely sad in our defeats. She comes from that generation that supported a party as much as they supported causes. I think, having been born around the time that she was born, she saw Barbados go through many, many phases of struggle, the struggle to achieve social justice. And so when a person of that generation supported a party, they were associating themselves with the quest for social justice. And we must respect them for that, and that is why I could not let this moment pass unless I express respect for Miss Eileen. We must be humble enough to acknowledge that we are not entitled to people's support. We're not entitled to it, but they give it to us, and we must honor that support by doing what they expect us to do, to honorably and honestly represent a party, and to honorably and honestly represent a cause. And so I pause during this debate to say a public thank you to Ms. Gloria Eileen, and to extend that note of condolence on behalf of the House, if I may, extend that to her family and to those who were close to her, and indeed to her church, the Hawthorne Methodist Church. Your Honor, I'm obliged to you. While I'm on my feet, though, you expect me to say something about the vending bill. And I really want to express indebtedness to what I heard this morning from the Honourable Member for St. James Central. I heard a part of it at home. I rushed to my car to hear another part of it, and I rushed here when I parked outside to hear another portion of what was, I think, a comprehensive and well-researched historical disquisition on the issue of vending. Vending has been so important to this country. We are likely to fall into the error of describing vending as a part of, or as the peripheral economy. And when one examines social phenomena in Barbados, one wonders really if it were a part of the peripheral economy as opposed to the core economy. And for those of us who have lived as long as I have, which is not the longest, though also not the shortest, we have grown up in a Barbados in which vending fed many, many people. There was a time not so long ago when the more glamorized commercial establishments like supermarkets were not patronized by the majority of people in Barbados. And vending was that activity which attracted a lot more people than we care to acknowledge. So that one really thanks the minister for, if not bringing it into the mainstream in terms of our perception, dignifying that activity of vending. He anticipated that I would say something on it, and he made reference to Oistins. And I would be derelict in my duty if I, as representative for Christchurch South, did not say something even at this early stage on the issue of vending. I represent a constituency that has quite a few vendors, and I'll say this as well. Sometime last year when this COVID phenomenon struck us, we saw an emergence of new vendors along that corridor of Christchurch called Christchurch South. And it was a reminder to us that the economy was becoming local, and that the economy was becoming local in a very good way. I made brief reference just now to supermarkets and the phenomenon of supermarkets. Now, they're very beautiful establishments. We don't hold anything against them. They offer us choice. They offer us physical comfort. Generally, it's an environment that is quite commodious, air conditioning and so on. But when you visit the supermarket, you are pressuring the foreign exchange reserve of this country. I would think that most of the commodities in supermarkets are imported. When you visit a vendor, that tends not to be the case. And COVID has been a reminder to us with that burgeoning existence of vendors selling local produce. That has been a reminder to us that we need to localize or indigenize this economy. I suspect, and I would not be surprised to hear that some young people in Barbados, for the first time last year, may have eaten a yam or a potato, because previously parents had accustomed the palates of their children to fast foods and the more glamorous purchases in the supermarkets. And again, vending, if it becomes what we may call the core economy, will do this country well at the level of saving foreign exchange. It will also create massive employment in Barbados. We are noticing that there are a lot of young people now who are becoming farmers, and obviously there's a direct connection between farming and vending of local produce, so that we're having the creation or the recreation of this economy in a way that benefits us all, in a way that keeps us away from our foreign reserves. So that is a sense in which the bill, coming as it is at this time, will benefit the economy. I'm very, very pleased to support it. In speaking of vending, let us not forget the first cousin of vending, certainly in terms of agricultural produce. Let us not forget fishermen. Now, fishermen occupy a very unique space historically in this country. I heard the historical treatise by my colleague from St. James Central, and I will say to him, and I will say to this House, that our fishermen are perhaps our earliest agents of commercial freedom. Nobody could stop a man from building a boat. Nobody could stop a man from going out to sea. Nobody could stop a man from bringing back fish. And nobody could prevent him from selling that fish to vendors who in turn resold it to Barbadians. And no opportunity should pass unless I express gratitude to the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South, who has spent a lot of his time attending to the needs of the fishing industry, certainly in terms also of dignifying the space that they occupy. The people at Oistins would expect me to express gratitude to him for upgrading that plant. I mean, it is so modern now, it is unrecognizable from many years ago when it was a very narrow street. And the ladies who work there and who have worked there for the last 60 years used to ply their trade along the street. Sometimes they went into the villages and so on. They no longer have to do that. They occupy a very modern fishing market. And again, we wonder why we describe this commerce as peripheral. It is not quite as peripheral as we think. In many ways, it is very, very mainstream. And if it is mainstream, it deserves the attention that the Honourable Minister has given to it in bringing legislation to, he said, regularize, but not only regularize, but regulate. And regulate not in terms of controlling them in the adverse measures of previous control, but regulating them for the advantage of the public, regulating them for their own advantage, so that people have perhaps luxurious access to fish and to the fishing industry when they can drive into a market, when they can purchase refrigerated fish. All this happens in Oistins. We now have a fridge there that works, an ice machine, I beg your pardon, that works. I must say that to the minister that we are working also, we have been working for the last 3 years on a slipway so that the boats do not have to travel to Bridgetown and travel back by the highway when we hear that a storm is coming. We want all these facilities, all these amenities. We want that infrastructure for Oistins. And I have no doubt my colleagues want it, those who represent constituencies that have fishing towns, they want this as well. And this is a great direction in which the government is traveling, to recognize vending, but not only to recognize vending, to dignify vending, because it employs thousands and thousands of Barbadians who are decent, honest Barbadians, and they deserve the support that the government is giving them. Not only is the government giving them support in terms of infrastructural development, but just yesterday I spoke to another young businessman in Oistins, and he is a beneficiary of the Fund Access program. He is a beneficiary of the loan scheme program. So a lot is going on in this country to assist young business persons, and those young business persons belong to that previously unglamorized lot called vendors. Let us one day, I hope, transfigure the language from vending to persons who are involved in commerce, because vending does carry with it certain pejorative meanings. They're all agents of commerce, whether it is peripheral or whether it is core. They are equally agents of commerce. I am extremely happy, even as a person like you, Your Honor, who practices in the courts, to hear that it is not an activity that will be any longer controlled by criminal sanction. I do not know why past parliaments have been so derelict in the duty to correct what this minister is proposing to correct today. So all in all, in spite of the pandemic, it seems that this country is readjusting itself, and I hate to use cliches, but repositioning itself to acknowledge and to accept a localized economy, an economy which will be dependent internally on its people, certainly in terms of production of food, certainly in terms of sale of that food, and all in all, the future looks bright. So let me just express indebtedness again to the Honourable Member for St. James Central for this initiative that has dignified the lot of these agents of commerce in Barbados. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish at this stage once again to invite the postponement of further consideration of this bill. It is the intention, as I indicated before, sir, for us to take this matter now to select committee. I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition and the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, who just took a seat, for their contributions to the bill. What I would like to do at this stage, sir, with your permission, is to settle the composition of the representation of the joint select committees of the two houses, joint select committee of the two houses, from this house. So the membership of this house, which will be part of that joint select committee, I now propose, sir, that it be comprised of the Honourable Member for St. James Central, who has the privilege of capturing your ear at this point, the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, the Honourable Member for St. George North, the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, in his capacity as Leader of Her Majesty's Opposition.
Did you repeat St. Michael West Central twice?
No, sir.
I
said St. Michael West, and also St. Michael
West Central.
West Central.
Okay. Yeah.
And I emphasize that in St. Michael West, we are speaking about Her Majesty's Leader of the Opposition, so that it is abundantly clear that
Yes.
he is part of the select committee of this House. Not that he serves in two capacities, but that he serves, Mr. Speaker, on the committee.
Could you kindly repeat the
St.
members
James
you're
Central,
proposing, sir?
The Honourable Member for St. James Central, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central. The Honourable Member for St. Michael East. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central. The Honourable Member for St. George North. The Honourable Member for St. Philip South. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael
West. Go on.
West. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you are being perhaps unintentionally misled by the soundings from the chair.
I
Closest to
exhibit
you.
judicial deafness
Yes.
to those remarks.
It is wishful thinking at very best, sir. I heard the dubious arithmetic of several members of the opposition in this House. I don't know where that comes from, sir. But no, Mr. Speaker, sir, what I would propose to do then is to invite that we the House revert to other aspects of government business. And later today, we can also settle the terms of reference for this committee. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, sir, that would be my request, and I so move. Second.
The first was no, I said no. Okay. Right. She's asked for that. The question is that this bill be postponed for further consideration. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is postponed for further consideration.
Order number 6, sir. In the name of the acting leader of the House, to move that the House resolve itself into standing finance committee to consider the grant of sums of money for the service of this island.
Honorable member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into standing finance committee for consideration of this resolution.
The question is that the speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into standing finance committee. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Back him up, man.
This House is now in standing finance committee.
In the name of the honorable acting leader of the House, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $126,999,726 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2021 to 2022 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 3, 2021 to 2022, which form the schedule to the resolution. Head 30, Office of the Attorney General, in the amount of $1,877,894.
Honourable member for St. Joseph.
Madam Chair, under this head, we seek an additional amount to supplement our funding in the sum of $1,877,894. Sorry, $1,877,894. Madam Chair, these funds are required to cover professional services, and the single largest element of it is the amount of $1 million, which is payable as a consultancy fee to the Association of Certified Anti-Money Laundering Specialists. Madam Chair, for some time now we have been dealing with the issue of Barbados's standing in the area of anti-money laundering, and the organization that is the international organization that has global oversight for that is called the Financial Action Task Force. You would know, Madam Chair, that across our commercial landscape there are a number of supranational entities that are established as the standard setting bodies for countries in particular areas. And so the OECD is the standard setting body for corporate governance and tax and so on. And the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, is the international standard setting body when it comes to dealing with the issue of anti-money laundering and countering terrorist financing. A lot goes on behind the scenes, and we in Barbados, and perhaps in most places, go about our daily activity without recognizing that there are a lot of international structures that are established and a lot of criteria that we're required to meet. About 18 months ago, we were put on a blacklist for the European Union. And that blacklist has the potential to wreak havoc in our commercial landscape. As a result of being on that blacklist, it has affected the ability of a lot of our corporate entities to do cross-border business. And I don't want to take up too much of the Chamber's time, because we have in fact addressed this arena on multiple occasions, but just to remind the Chamber and those who are listening in, the issue of money laundering is one that has taken on particular significance over the years. Money laundering is the ability of a criminal enterprise to render ill-gotten gains clean. So the concept of laundering is where that originates from. So that ill-gotten gains from a criminal enterprise would be moved through either a financial institution or a business, so that at the end of the process, it is considered to be clean. That is how the criminal element converts hard cash, whether it is the product of drug running or gun selling or things of that sort, into a form that allows it to move easily through our financial markets. This creates a problem, though, because financial institutions are themselves scrutinized based on their ability to stem the flow of the proceeds of crime. And a lot of that responsibility is then shifted from the financial institutions to nation states like ourselves. So Barbados has committed to the Financial Action Task Force to reform a number of areas, some dealing with beneficial ownership of companies, some dealing with the regulatory framework, some dealing with how we spot and investigate money laundering. And in each of these areas, Madam Chair, there are standards that are set out. And so we have spent a lot of time and effort since coming to government on trying to so transform and reform our systems that we can meet the standards of the Financial Action Task Force and in the process make our way safely off of the EU blacklist. But, Madam Chair, we have some challenges in our country. And those challenges present themselves not just in this area, but perhaps across many of the areas of governmental activity. And that has to do, Madam Chair, with the availability of human resources, specialized human resources, to help us navigate these complex and in many instances novel areas. ACAMS, the Association of Certified Anti-Money Laundering Specialists, came to our aid when we started, well, when we took over this journey. ACAMS is a sister entity to what we know as Ross University, all owned by a publicly traded company in the US called Adtalem that specializes in education and certification. And because of their significant experience globally, ACAMS, with the area of money laundering, they made available to the government of Barbados for the period of 1 year specialists in the area of anti-money laundering to help us to chart our way through that process. But there comes a time, Madam Chair, when you can't get everything for free. And we have so valued the hard work that those individuals, that those specialists put in, that 18 months ago, we then went beyond a gratis arrangement and contracted with ACAMS to provide these services to the government of Barbados, now on a paid basis. That contract was up just about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and we are now renewing the contract for a further year. As the minister responsible, I can say that we have benefited tremendously from the specialist assistance that has been afforded us. As I speak, many of the officers in our regulatory bodies, the Financial Services Commission and others, the Royal Barbados Police Force are currently, the Financial Intelligence Unit, all involved in this area, are currently receiving training from individuals who've flown in specially to do that. And therefore, this consultancy, Madam Chair, is one that has been giving us tremendous benefit. The net effect of much of this is that we have been able to steadily make gains in terms of our commitments to the Financial Action Task Force, and we are targeting coming off of the EU blacklist early in the year 2022, and that would represent a tremendous gain for the government of Barbados. In addition, Madam Chair, we are also seeking supplementary funding for legal services. Now, in one sector of the press, I noticed that there was, in an editorial, an issue raised about this administration engaging private legal services. Then we have something called the Solicitor General's Chambers. And I suppose people do fly these red herrings in the hope that we will jump and respond. I let it pass 7 or 8 weeks ago when it was first published in one of our dailies. But I take this opportunity now that we are seeking supplemental assistance for legal services to address it. The Office of the Solicitor General is a small office. We have about 20 lawyers. And while that may seem like 20 lawyers and a lot, those lawyers are divided into litigation, they're divided into contracts, and they're divided into advisory. And those lawyers do work for every single arm of government. Just about every single piece of legal paper that has to pass through or has to having to do with government of Barbados, it makes its way through the office of the Solicitor General. There are hundreds of cases filed every year, some of them of tremendous import and others trifling, but there are hundreds of cases filed every year that require the input of the Solicitor General. They require the litigation skills of the Solicitor General. But the simple fact is that it is a small department that is overworked. Now, there are times when, as Attorney General, significant pieces of litigation come to chambers, and in my judgment, it is important to deal with them with dispatch. It is important to be able to focus our efforts on them. It is important to be able to ensure that the interests of the government get the best legal representation that it can. Madam Chair, this is not new. The last administration engaged lawyers from the private bar. I can't call the names of the lawyers, but I can perhaps mention some of the cases. Probably not even necessary. But what I will mention, Madam Chair, is that those lawyers engaged by the last administration sent in invoices for $1.6 million for doing work that was never done. Another one sent in invoices for $1 million. Vast amounts of money, and not a person in this country said a peep about it. The cases never finished. In fact, they paid those lawyers millions of dollars, and they had to come and get those cases settled and resolved. So we paid out millions of dollars to a few lawyers in the private bar and really did not get the benefit of what we paid for. All no, sir, ma'am. Because some of this money is going for that too, to help pay some of those legal fees that were wrapped up by the last administration. By contrast, I have engaged attorneys in the private bar. And in every instance, when an assignment is taken, they have to sign an engagement letter, which sets out with great detail the service they are to provide, the terms on which they provide the service, the hourly rate that they're going to charge, and their commitment to regular billing and so on. It has allowed us to plan our work. It has given the benefit, it has given the government the benefit of some of the best legal minds available in Bridgetown. And we have got cases started and finished in a 2-year period. Dedicated work and results delivered. And the invoices have been for a fraction of those monstrous invoices that were submitted under the last administration, some of which are still hanging around our neck like albatrosses. One lawyer charging the government $5 million for a transaction that did not even finish. Others charging the government $1.6 million for work that was never done. And we, sir, are insisting on accountability. We're insisting on transparency. And best of all, we are getting value for money. Not one of the invoices that have come to the government since I have been AG, getting private lawyers to do work, not one of them has added up in all to more than $250,000. Not one. Not one. The raping of the coffers of the state is at an end. So when I I'm asked, why are we hiring private lawyers when we have lawyers at the SG's chambers? I am able to say, one, the lawyers at the SG's chambers are operating in circumstances where today you may be at work as a lawyer, and tomorrow they call you and tell you you're the magistrate at District A, and you're there for 6 months, so the work comes to an end. They then call you and tell you, well, you're back in chambers for a month, but you know what? After that, you're going to be supervisor bankruptcy. These are the things that present difficulty. Now, you may not worry about that on the average case, but on matters of significant import, it is important for the government to provide the best legal to obtain the best legal representation that it can, and to see the matters through quickly. I am proud of what we have done, and I'm satisfied with the benefit that this government has achieved, and we've done it in a way that has been cost effective. So, Madam Chair, this $1,877,000 of it, as I said, $1 million will go to towards the contract fee for ACAMS, and the remaining $877,000 will be to pay for legal services that have already been provided to the government of Barbados, some of which were provided to the government of Barbados under the last administration. So people who want to be malicious and throw stones and try to make people believe that this government is handing out legal work and it never happened before, I'll tell you what never happened before. What never happened before was that we never got value for money. Well, today we are getting value for money. I'd like to move, Madam Chair, that head 30 stand part.
What else speaking? Question is that head 30 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, Ministry of Home Affairs, Information and Public Affairs, in the amount of $2,629,176.
Honourable member for Christchurch East.
Madam Chair, the amount that the Ministry of Home Affairs, Information and Public Affairs is seeking covers perhaps the widest gamut of any supplementary that I've seen. And I will just approach it systematically to give an overall picture. And starting with Home Affairs, Madam Chair. One of the amounts, the sum of $106,118, is for the sourcing of and the contracting of an expert in emergency management services. Now, Madam Chair, we have always assumed that if anything struck Barbados or we had any issues, it would be a hurricane. And if we were really unlucky, we might get a hurricane once every 10 years. Madam Chair, since last year, we have seen COVID. We've seen ashfall that disrupted the operations of every single aspect of government in Barbados. We've been hit by a hurricane, and it has forced us to rethink exactly how it is we plan to move forward with the management of emergency situations in Barbados. As it is now, Madam Chair, we have an organization called the DEM, and the DEM is responsible for the bulk of the coordination in respect of emergency situations that occur in Barbados. If we go to just before Hurricane Elsa, Madam Chair, that's when our eyes open wide. As we sought to coordinate the prep before the hurricane, we had meetings with private sector, all the relevant government departments. MTW was there, drainage was there, sanitation was there, health was there, education was there, the private sector was there, every single construction company that had bobcats and caterpillars and everything was there. And over the 2 days immediately preceding Hurricane Elsa, we had perhaps one of the most massive cleanup exercises that we've ever seen in Barbados. And in that 48-hour period, almost every drain in Barbados had to have been cleaned. Some of them had to have been flushed commercially using jetter trucks. Poor Minister Ford, Madam Chair, the member for Christchurch, West Central, I remember calling him as we had a thought, has the garbage actually been picked up? And within 6 hours of the impact of the hurricane, sanitation had to be out making a garbage collection across the country. Every single district had to be dealt with and the garbage collected at the last possible moment to ensure that when the storm hit, the garbage would not flood or wash away and go into drains and cause blockages, which caused flooding. So, and they did it. Thank you. And they did it efficiently and well. But if I'm spreading the kudos, Madam Chair, then I have to talk about Public Works, which managed to get most of the drains cleared and the roads weeded. Madam Chair, it was a massive, massive coordinated effort. And it became apparent, despite that Herculean effort before the hurricane, after the hurricane, as we then had to, again, immediately, within 2 hours of the hurricane having passed, mobilize all efforts to clear the roads. The average Barbadian who went joyriding on the highway within 4 hours of the hurricane, and people being able to get from place A to place B, and the very next day people are on the road, do not actually understand what happened in the intervening periods. In the intervening periods, every single construction company was out cutting and clearing. Within about 6 hours after the hurricane, most of the arteries were cleared to allow emergency traffic to pass. By the next morning, most of them were clear. Most of the roads were completely cleared. The areas that had flooded, commercial pumps were in there pumping off. It was a massive undertaking, and quite frankly, when we dealt with that, and we also dealt with the coordinated interdepartmental effort to deal with the ash fall, it became apparent that the current structures that we have in place are insufficient to actually coordinate on this scale. If we add to that what happened with the COVID and the care packages distribution, the shortcomings within the ministry itself became apparent. There was nobody in the ministry, attached to the ministry, working in the ministry, who could take the reins of that. So what happened, Madam Chair, is that the PS and myself and other persons were bogged in there, handling those that could be a lot more efficiently done by someone who could focus on that task alone. So the decision was made that we are in the realm, having had 3 disasters pretty much back to back, a trifecta, that this is going to be our future going forward. And we can't be scrambling for another event. We were lucky and things fell into place, but luck cannot be what we are relying on. We have to have a coordinated and comprehensive approach to the policies that govern disaster management, to the protocols, to all of the steps that in the event of a disaster, we have to run through all of these. And those we must have capacity within the ministry, which we do not have at this present time. So, Madam Chair, that is to cover someone in there contracted to provide those services for the ministry so that we can better help Barbados to get back on track in the event of a natural disaster. Also, we were lucky, as I said. The ashfall impacted us significantly. Hurricane Elsa impacted us as well. But we were lucky in a way. Madam Chair, Guyana, for example, took a weather system this year and had some flooding that I could only describe as entirely catastrophic. As the Bajans would say, Guyana almost washed away. And Barbados had to step up to the plate and provide assistance to our friends in Guyana. We sent down all of the cots that we had. We had to provide 1,000 cots to Guyana and some other emergency relief supplies. So we depleted our own DEM stock. And also we got some assistance from SEDIMA in that respect. So we have to now rebuild our stock, reprovision ourselves, so that if something happens to Barbados, we actually have the supplies in-house or in the country to be able to meet the local demand. So that was in respect, Madam Chair, of Guyana. Equally, what has happened is COVID is not just a health issue. COVID is a health issue. COVID is an educational issue. COVID is a public sector issue. COVID is a Ministry of Health and Ministry of Information issue as well. So we got cots back in to replace the cots we sent to Guyana, or some of them. And promptly, Madam Chair, those cots had to be reallocated over the last week to allow the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education to step up certain facilities, provision certain facilities to make us ready to deal with the fallout from the Delta variant in Barbados. And I wish to, at this point in time, Madam Chair, just segue slightly, because this is probably the best opportunity for me to do this. I understand that some people say they don't wish to take a vaccine. I understand that. If you don't wish to take a vaccine, that is your business. I cannot understand why people opt to not wear a mask or wash their hands or keep distance from people, when doing so, Madam Chair, not just protects them, but protects other people. I had cause to be on the road on Friday last week, and I passed through some districts, Madam Chair, and I'm seeing people in the entirety of districts without a mask in sight. Literally, I'm driving through districts and not a mask in sight. I went to buy coconut water on Sunday, Madam Chair, and I pulled up to a coconut vendor. And as I pulled up, I realized there were two tables, two trucks, 4 vendors, and then some patrons. Not a fella, not a human being in that whole collection had on a mask. So I bypassed them and went just down the road. This is out Graham Hall side. I went down the hill, and the next set of vendors, everybody had on a mask. So some people are doing it and some people are not. And while I understand you may claim that you have a religious reason for not taking a vaccine, you may claim that you have a medical reason for not taking a vaccine, there is no good reason to not wear a mask. We have to do the things that we can do to protect ourselves and each other. And this is the least that we can do when we are watching throughout the Caribbean disaster situations, emergency situations occasioned by a virus running out of control and crippling economies, crippling the health sector, crippling the education sector, crippling all aspects of our communities, Madam Chair, and people don't want to wear masks. Come on. I can't force you to put on to take a vaccine, but come on, have a heart. At least wear the mask. Sorry, Madam Chair, I had to deal with that one. And that was the extreme toned down version, Madam Chair, of how emotional I got when somebody told me that God will not give them COVID as he takes a spliff from his mouth and he passes it to somebody else to smoke from the same spliff, because we all in a bubble, he says. And I tried to explain, he's not your bubble. You live in a house with 7 people. He lives in a house with 6 people. From passing that spliff, every single thing you got, he now got. Whatever you left home with, he is now taking home with him. And we can't seem to get it through our heads. This is a matter now of life and death. This is not foolish block pride. This is not false rights. This is a matter of life and death. But Madam Chair, getting back to the supplementary, Madam Chair. getting back to the supplementary. The point of that was that things span and all aspects touch other aspects. We assisted Guyana and we have to replace that, Madam Chair, and this is the supplies that we have to replace are covered in this supplementary. Madam Chair, in addition, with the COVID advertising, there's also amounts in there to cover advertising, cover the PR, cover public affairs, Madam Chair. We had a situation where Barbados has probably had more press conferences and more public education and more outreach in the last 6 to 12 months than we have ever had combined through our history. Madam Chair, it has been a staggering effort on the part of the Ministry of Health, on the part of various service providers, on the part of the COVID monitoring unit, the COVID communications unit. It has been a staggering output of information. And what happened, Madam Chair, is that the ministry would have to do a press conference, and they would do their press conference to explain what is happening with the children, what the provisions are in relation to the schools, things like that. Health will come and do their press conference, and we're all using the same providers. And Public Works will do their press conference, all related. And then we had an issue, Madam Chair, as to where exactly to direct the bills. So bills were going to different ministries that had no budget for the press conferences which they had to undertake. And it's not that these press conferences or these announcements were willy-nilly, Madam Chair. All of these things were entirely essential and critical because information had to get out very, very quickly. So the decision was made that public affairs should take responsibility and the Ministry of Information should take responsibility for all of the output and the government information and the press conferences and all of these things, Madam Chair, and take them in-house so that we can now settle some outstanding invoices that might have gone to the Ministry of Education, which had no budget to do it, might have gone to Health, which had no provision in their estimates or no way to classify. Oh, sorry, I thought it was an objection. And no way to classify it. So for housekeeping purposes, Madam Chair, it was deemed expedient to just bring that all under one umbrella to settle the outstanding invoices and also for us to make provision for what we know is going to happen later. The Ministry of Health has now to radically step up their outreach. We have to try to reach people where they are. So although I had digressed earlier to explain, Madam Chair, it all ties back in because we are now going to embark upon one of the most comprehensive and extensive public outreach and education programs. We have to get the message out there through all avenues, through using every resource possible, through social media, that we are now facing a potentially devastating situation with the Delta variant in Barbados. And we need to keep reinforcing that the protocols have to be followed. We need to keep reinforcing what has happened. The reality, Madam Chair, people don't want to think about it. People don't want to hear about it. People in Barbados are about to get sick. A lot of people in Barbados are about to get sick. If we look at everywhere else that the Delta variant has impacted in the Caribbean and the rest of the world, it has been followed by increased cases, very fast transmission rates, overwhelming hospital capacity, and in many instances, deaths. It is our duty to try to minimize that by trying to get Barbadians to do what we know that they have to do. So, included in our anticipated budget that we could not have foreseen at the time when we had done the initial estimates and had the allocation is amounts to deal with the public education and the public education and the press conferences. In addition to that, Madam Chair, we have the normal government advertising. So under the Ministry of Information, most of the things that government embarks, we have to advertise, we do the Gazette, we do other things, and we have to step up a lot of those, especially in relation to the directives. Everything, time you see an advertisement out in the paper or out in the Gazette or anything being broadcast, that has to be paid for by government. We get some free airtime with some of the private media partners, but the rest of it has to be paid for, and the messaging has to get out, and that falls under the government advertising budget, which we have upped, Madam Chair, by an additional, I believe, $400,000. Madam Chair, we also have to provide some support for SEDEMA to assist Haiti. The government undertook to provide some assistance for Haiti following the earthquake on August 14th, 2021, and the passage of Tropical Storm Grace, and the sum of $305,250 is also included to cover that. That pretty much, Madam Chair, I could go on and on, but that pretty much captures exactly what the supplementary for the Ministry of Ministry of Home Affairs. I do not want to be Minister of Housing, Madam Chair. I'm just saying this up front. That covers what the supplementary for the Ministry of Home Affairs, Information and Public Affairs is in relation to. And I am asking then that the sum of $2,629,176 on the head 33 stand par.
Second. Question is that head 33 stand par. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 86, ma'am. Ministry of Health and Wellness in the amount of $47,730,276.
Honourable member for the city.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that it must be elucidly clear by now to all members in this chamber, as well as to the entire country, that the warfare or the war that we are fighting against COVID is indeed a protracted one. And if we are to remain in this fight, then we have to be able to sustain our efforts, and I would dare say even enhance our current efforts. And in order to do so, some additional funding is required. This country would have gone through a very, very difficult period from January to around the end of March, where we had a surge. The present surge that we are experiencing could well be worse than that if the right kind of actions are not taken. I am happy in the sense that we have been able to experience what we did in those 3 months, because based on that experience, we are now in a position to take some corrective measures to be able to deal with what is before us. Obviously, the advent or the introduction of the Delta variant in the community is one of serious concern and is having an impact on the numbers that we are seeing and also on the response that is required to deal with that. So that about 2 months ago, the Ministry of Health and Wellness started to do some contingency planning, because we knew all along, as much as we tried our very best to delay the arrival of that variant here on island, that it would come, because that is exactly what is happening around the globe. And within recent times, within our very Caribbean community, where most member countries have been impacted. And so we took up our contingency plan, which was done based on the COVID-19, the COVID virus that we started with. But having the experience of Alpha and seeing what Delta is doing around the world, we recognized that we really had to make some changes to that contingency plan and to enhance in some significant ways our response to the current surge. And as a result of that, a number of things happen and continue to happen. For example, where we had 2 or 3 schools identified as possible isolation facilities, we've subsequently expanded that number, and we've done the site visits to be able to deal with that. And in fact, at this point in time, we have both Blackman Gollop and the Darrell Jordan secondary schools in operation at this point in time. So that's an example of that. And so we've expanded isolation facilities, including hotel isolation. This obviously requires some additional funding to be able to provide the services that are required, the human resource, the supplies, and so on. We've also had to enhance our capacity to swab persons, take samples, and to test and to return results in a timely manner. And this also required expanding the services and the equipment and personnel. But above all, we had to make sure that we had enough personal protective equipment available and all of the supplies that we require to sustain this fight. And seeing what happened with the logistics during the first 3 months when we had issues with the supply chain and being able to get things from overseas here, we took a decision that we would try to get everything that we have or we require in terms of supplies for 4 months. 4 months in every aspect, so that required upping the scales for PPE, for tests, for reagents, for gloves, for everything. And obviously with the expanded facilities, that also required additional resources and funding. We've also taken a step to purchase a vehicle, which is a truck, specially designed truck, that gives us the opportunity to be able to do more community testing. And also it can be used for taking the vaccines into communities to be able to give or administer those vaccinations to persons, I would say particularly in the rural areas. So that what is happening at this point in time obviously requires a significant effort at the community level with testing, and we've started that by having teams go out into particular areas as directed by the epidemiology of the pandemic and what we are facing at this point in time. And this vehicle, which is included here in the supplementary, is going to be very necessary. We are hoping to get a second one that we are working on through PAHO to give us some flexibility in our response. Human resources, additional doctors, additional nurses, additional everything that is required at this point in time. And we started that process to get those assets in place. And we are doing all of this because when we see what is happening in the international community in particular, and even within the CARICOM region, we know the impact of Delta and how devastating it can be. But we are very, very confident that our outcome does not have to be the same as others if we continue to do the right things. And we have some mitigating measures in place that will protect us and give us the ability to be able to deal and to manage what is ahead of us. And for example, we are probably one of the few, if not only country in the world, to do the contact tracing and the quarantining in hotels of primary contacts of positive cases. And we've been doing that consistently since February. That was one of the outcomes of that particular outbreak. And I would say to you that it has been working very, very well for us, because given what we are experiencing at the moment, and although those numbers are higher than the average that we would have had before, I am saying to this honorable chamber that those numbers would have been considerably higher, in keeping with what is happening in other parts of the world, had we not taken that step to put persons in hotel quarantine. And I really, really commend the Honourable Prime Minister for this initiative, because it has been really a game changer for us. And so to continue in that vein would also require additional funding. And that is why we are bringing this supplementary here in the Head 86, Ministry of Health and Wellness, because we have to deal with this matter that is before us, and also thinking ahead, the vaccine program, vaccination program, that too, we've had to do a lot of work there in order to try to get us to where we are and beyond, and to try to get vaccines into the country. But I want to say something about exactly what is happening here on island at the moment. And to say to Barbadians that we at this point in time are not overwhelmed. But we can get there. We can be. That's what is happening elsewhere. We are protecting the country because we've always strived to keep as far as possible the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, which is the lone tertiary hospital in this country, secondary, tertiary, unlike larger countries that have multiple hospitals in different states and so on that they can call in resources. We don't have that luxury. And so that is why we spent money to refurbish Harrison Point. And at this point in time, we are doing some additional work at Harrison Point, recognizing the extent of the Delta variant and the kind of symptomatic experience that has been going on in other countries, with a lot of the positive cases being symptomatic. We've taken the decision to transform what is now secondary isolation to be more like primary isolation by now putting in oxygen into that building so that they will have their own oxygen. We're looking to put perhaps oxygen even in tertiary isolation at this point, and also a medical air and some of those things that are very, very necessary because we recognize what is happening globally and regionally with oxygen supply when you really need it. We also went as far as to purchase a couple oxygen plants to give us that flexibility and give us that ability to be able to sustain the battle. And we are also looking at purchasing another 2 oxygen plants that will come into country in a few weeks, because we want to have everything available to be able to save lives in this country. And so that is the rationale for what we are trying to get this honorable chamber to agree to today. But I want to make an appeal. And I have to do this now because this is a matter that I have to leave this honorable chamber to deal with. In January, February, the biggest challenge that we had was really at the lab. And that was so because we had companies where there was a positive case, or corporations. And what people did, management, was to send the entire staff from these institutions to be tested. And that overwhelmed the system. We were literally having thousands of persons turning up, who in most cases were tertiary contacts, secondary contacts. And if you do not have the capacity or the ability to reach the primary contacts as we've been doing, and placing those contacts into hotel quarantine, then that can exacerbate the spread of the disease in country. That will make it difficult for us to be able to contain. I am saying that at this present moment, we are seeing more cases in corporate entities, and we are now starting to experience that. And it is creating some problems with the systems, and it is a matter that is affecting some persons who are in quarantine awaiting results. And I will regulate this activity, and I will issue a statement to that effect, regulating this activity in the interest of the country so that the lab does not become overwhelmed, because if that happens, we will lose this battle. There must be some order to what we do and how we do things. And so it must be the ministry, through the contact tracers on the ground, determining those persons that are primary contacts. And we don't mind testing other people. But once it is regulated, once it is organized properly, so that we know who you're dealing with, whether primary, secondary, tertiary contacts, or casual contacts, or persons who just want to be tested, so that we have re-established the timelines that we had to do back then in January, February, so that certain categories of persons would know that they're not getting back a test result in a day, not necessarily 2 days, because you're really in a primary contact. And this is what we have to reintroduce, and I'm going to have to do that today, so that we do not allow things to get out of hand. So, Madam Chair, that is what I really wanted to speak about in defense of what we are asking this Honourable Chamber to approve. And I want to join with my colleague, the Honourable Member who just spoke, to say to the country, our outcome does not, I repeat, does not have to be the same as others. The government of Barbados has been putting a lot of resources into this fight, and the government continues to do so. But it is incumbent on all of us on this island to play our part. When he made the call for no retreat, no surrender, that applies even now, and especially now. So for me, you are retreating when you are not following the protocols. You are retreating if you are allowed to have a hike, and at the end of the hike, forget everything about protocols. You are surrendering when you do not wear your mask in public and when you're congregating with large numbers. We need each and every one of you to fight this battle with us. We are going to clamp down on lawlessness. This fight is our fight. We need everyone on board. And with these few remarks, I beg to move that head 86. Sorry, 87.
86.
Stand. It is 86.
86.
Yeah, 86. Stand up.
It was seconded already. Question is that head 86 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it. Thanks, Jeff.
Head 34, ma'am. Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment in the amount of $1,220,762.
Honourable member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular supplementary in the sum of $1.2 million relates specifically to reimbursements to various ministries, departments, and state-owned enterprises for expenditure which was incurred from the cleanup process resulting from the ash deposits across Barbados as a result of the volcanic eruption of the La Soufriere in St. Vincent just a couple months ago. I think all of us would recall for those who may not have been alive at the time, it was certainly an experience that none of us would forget in relation to either waking up or experiencing ashfall covering cars, entering homes, affecting our livestock, in some cases grinding businesses to a complete halt, disrupting our ports of entry, and making life for not just a day or two, but for several weeks, very difficult for the average Barbadian. There was an estimated amount of 1 to 3 centimeters of volcanic ash that fell across the entire island. Certainly from my perspective as Minister of Education, it resulted in a complete disruption of the school plants. Every crevice that you could possibly find ash, it got into all of the windows that may not have been replaced in time and protected. Those were certainly areas where the ashfall was able to make its way into. As a result, we had to clean within our schools not only the inside of the buildings, but we had to clean the outside of the buildings as well. We embarked, as many of the other ministries did, on cleaning guttering, ensuring that even things as simple as our trees, where we had to use different sources of water in order to be able to wash down the surrounding premises, that we had to free the surrounding plants and stuff from a lot of the ashfall that had covered them. The truth of the matter is, Madam Chair, is that these sums are but a drop in the bucket in terms of the overall cost and loss of economic activity caused by the ashfall. For the Ministry of Tourism, they've estimated the sum of $281,000. For the Ministry of the Environment and Natural Beautification, $520,000. Ministry of Health and Wellness, $14,000. Ministry of Education, $180,000. Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Development, $860, and Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, $222. These sums, as I said, Madam Chair, are but a drop in the bucket, because I think in some cases people have still been affected and are still being affected by this particular ashfall. Luckily, we put in place provisions through the various ministries to provide cleanup across communities, and I want to take this opportunity again to reinforce that all of us are certainly as a government pleased with the work that the ash workers have been doing across Barbados. Even though you're not getting the deposits of ashfall, I know that they have been immersed into other areas to help to continue to clean the country. And the truth of the matter is that they really deserve our highest commendation for the work that they've done, because it has made a tremendous difference from St. Philip to the north of the island and to the central areas. It has made what at one point in Barbados just seemed like a very untidy and unkempt place start to bring life again to various communities. So, Madam Chair, like I said, this is very straightforward. It relates to cleanup operations that were done. The fact that we have had to put in place these contingencies, totally unexpected, as you can appreciate. None of this would have been budgeted at the time when we would have done our estimates of revenue and expenditure, but all things which have led this administration, just like with COVID, to have to rise to the occasion and put the necessary contingencies in place in order to get life back to normal. I would also want to say, Madam Chair, that I am also grateful to all of the other private sector agencies that would have come on board during the ashfall cleanup, because in addition to the hardworking persons within the public service, the truth is that the private sector also rose to the occasion to really complement some of the services within the public sector. And I don't think that we would have been able to turn around the Grantley Adams International Airport or the Barbados Port in the time frame that we did if we did not have the cooperation of all Barbadians who have an interest, a vested interest in this country. And so, Madam Chair, I beg to move, therefore, that this Head 34 do now stand part.
Is that Head 34 stand part? All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 81, ma'am. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources in the amount, let's see, 39,980,427.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to move the resolution before the Honourable Standing Finance Committee. And in doing so, Madam Chair, I think that because of the sums involved, it is necessary and indeed appropriate for me to just give a brief overview of the sums being requested. Madam Chair, the National Cleanup Program, as you've heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast making the point, and other members, resulted and continues to result in not only the beautification of the country, but also assisting the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources in mitigating against flood by the cleaning of drains, culverts, and canals. In addition to that, ensuring that key areas on roadways of Barbados are not blocked so that we will allow for the free flow of water. Now, the resolution speaks to the payment of the workers involved in the National Cleanup Campaign from August 1 through to December 31 of this year. Now, generally across Barbados, you would witness that the ministry had assembled teams to go into the various communities. And as a result of the work of these teams, they have contributed in no small measure to, like I said, flood mitigation efforts across Barbados. I know that there's still an issue regarding the removal of bags in some communities, and the ministry is working to address this. This obviously is an issue of supervision, and the technical team, they're working around the clock to make sure that we can move those bags in the shortest possible time. We've stepped up in the sense that we now have biodegradable bags, which would bag the ash, and in addition to that, the bags are now being stored in the road reserve versus being placed on roadways. It is significant, Madam Chair, because when you look across Barbados, and the one point that we have to bear in mind, that during the last week when we had significant downpour, that even though we would have had flooding in some areas, thanks to the work of these workers who were involved in the National Cleanup Campaign, the water was able to recede in a very short period across Barbados. And I would also like to thank the workers for coming to work every day and working hard to ensure that we maintain Barbados free of, well, not free, reduced debris across the island, and also to ensure that the workers who come to work every day do so recognizing the critical role. But more importantly, because we were able to assemble teams in communities, the response has been even more effective because we are now in a position to dedicate teams to areas to ensure that those areas are well cleaned. Significantly, Madam Chair, is the issue of national insurance contributions, and that matter has also been addressed in the payment, and that will continue to be, that will happen as we go forward. Madam Chair, in respect of the drainage services, and this is another area where the ministry is seeking the approval for some $623,672 to procure additional pumps for the ministry. Now, as you are aware, notwithstanding the efforts of the National Cleanup Campaign and the workers associated with that campaign, they have areas that will continue to flood. And oftentimes what we have to do is to assign our pump teams to go into these areas to assist with flood mitigation. Now, the sums being sought are to purchase larger pumps, the 6, 8, and 10 diameter pumps, to be executed across Barbados in the event of any significant flooding. Now, we must remember, Madam Chair, that with climate change, there's been significant rainfall events across not only Barbados, but globally. And you will well imagine that in Barbados, over the last week, we had 5 inches of rain over 7 hours. I believe Barbadians would have seen on television that in Tennessee, they had significant flooding. I believe they had upwards of 17 inches of rainfall within the 24-hour period. And we saw what damage was caused as a result of the significant flooding. We didn't have significant damage in Barbados, and we're grateful for that. But the issue that we have to maintain is that we have to continue doing what we do best. We have to continue with our retention and detention ponds that are done upstream, and we will continue with those. We have also identified other areas for retention and detention ponds, because it is important that we Barbadians know this, that whenever there's flooding, or whenever there's significant rainfall, there will be flooding. But over time, as we witness in Barbados, the floodwaters will run off, and that is important. Now, I also want to make the point that the detention and retention ponds continue to work well for us upstream. And I think at some later point, we will have to look and see whether we should not perhaps line those areas, create some dams, and then utilize the water for agriculture purposes. I know that the Ministry of Agriculture, they are involved in such program. But there comes a time when the ministry as well, this ministry, Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources, will have to twin with the ministry to ensure. Now, not to say that the water is lost, Madam Chair, because as we are well aware, the water, whenever there's rainfall and you have a retention or detention pond, the water will flow naturally into the aquifer. That allows Barbados to pump water, as we know. So there's a recognition here that we need to have to source larger pumps, like I said, to better mitigate some of the flooding events that we are experiencing. In respect of the transport subsidy, Madam Chair, that's a program 527. We're requesting the amount of $3,313,462. And the request here is to facilitate the payment of a gratuity benefit for all employees at the Transport Board. Now, you know, a while ago, not during this administration, of course, Madam Chair, but under previous administration, there were promises made in respect of this matter. The Prime Minister of Barbados, on assuming office after the general election in 2018, met with the workers of the Transport Board, I believe it was at Solidarity House as well, and discussed this matter. And following through on the initial discussions, the Transport Board also met with the workers' representative, the Barbados Workers' Union, to discuss the matter. And discussions continued. And as a result of the discussions, Madam Chair, and as a result of the representations made by the Barbados Workers' Union, we are here where we are today to seek the approval of Parliament for the funding for the gratuity to be paid to Transport Board workers. Now, the gratuity, of course, will be effective as indicated in the resolution from May 24th, 2018. But I want to say that based on the information provided to me, that some 43 persons will benefit. But I want to go further, Madam Chair, and to make the point that this will now remove what I call the inequity of management and senior staff who were only able to receive this benefit because, as you know, under the Statutory Board's Casual Employment Pensions Act, that's 384, and the schedules associated with it, it had indicated that no pension or benefit could be granted to officer or servant unless with the approval of the minister. But the board back in 2015 had only agreed to certain categories receiving a gratuity from the Transport Board. But what this Barbados Labour Party did is that it said, no, we are not going to be a party to the inequity, that what we will do with effect from the 24th of May 2018, that we were going to honor the the gratuity for workers at the Transport Board. So it was no longer that you would have a select class of persons only receiving a gratuity. What will happen now is that those workers who did not meet the criteria for whatever reason in the past, they will now have the opportunity to benefit from a gratuity. So this is obviously a significant event, a significant change, and I want to say that this will go a long way. And I might add that another representation made by Labour was that they receive it in cash rather than the bonds. This government continues to listen to all parties, and we were able to, at this point, seek the approval of the Ministry of Finance to get the $3 million to support the Transport Board gratuity. So this is a major step for us in the right direction, Madam Chair, and I really want to say thanks to the Ministry of Finance for facilitating this request, and I want to also thank the workers' representative, the Barbados Workers Union, for engaging in dialogue and for allowing, obviously, at the period of soon after the Prime Minister soon as Prime Minister was elected, that she was able to meet with the workers to obviously listen to their concerns. And as a result of listening to their concerns, the government has now reached the point it has reached. So I want to say thanks to the Prime Minister as Minister of Finance and the team in the Ministry of Finance for facilitating that arrangement. Madam Chair, the other issue relates in the supplementary, relates to the provision of funds for the Barbados Water Authority. Now, the Barbados Water Authority, as we all know, had its challenges. Those challenges didn't start with the Barbados Labour Party government since 2018. But essentially here, the request is for the grant of $10,230,395. And that is effectively to bring to book the transaction. As you're aware, Madam Chair, this was a loan that was negotiated through the Caribbean Development Bank, and the funds are lodged with the central bank. And then what we will have to do is to come to Parliament in order to get the resolution for the funds to be transferred from the central bank to the Barbados Water Authority. And the funds as set out in the original request has to do with the fact that the Barbados had to upgrade its water supply network. And that is what they call it, the WASNAP program, the Water Supply Network Upgrade. And what does this mean, and what are we spending the money on? And the House needs to know this. The Water Supply Network Upgrade would ensure that reservoirs such as Golden Ridge, Shop Hill, Providence, Worley, Hanson, Half Acre, Carlton, Rising Sun, and Castle Grant benefit from what we are now asking for, why we are now will benefit from the transfer of funds. In addition to that, Madam Chair, there are 4 tanks that are also going to be constructed: Mount Stepney, Allerton, Indian Ground, and Half Acre. Now, the larger tanks will address the peak water flow issues that we would have been having. And at Boscobel, and I think I should let honourable members know that we already had Boscobel, that's been completed. The Lodge Hill, the tank at Lodge Hill was completed, as well as the tank at Fort George Heights. Now, we are spending a lot of money in water, but we are doing so because we have to improve the infrastructure imbalance that the Barbados Labour Party found when it came into office in 2018. And that is important. And therefore, we will continue to address these issues. I want to make the point as well that the government continues to make significant investments in water. And we're doing so very strategically because we recognize that there are persons in Barbados who must receive an adequate supply of water on a daily basis. And having recognized that, the government has put its resources there to ensure this happens. I want to say to this honorable chamber that we were plagued with issues when we came to office with water, that persons, not residents, not getting water in St. Joseph. We were plagued with events, Madam Chair, where people in St. John, I'm sure the honorable member St. John will speak to this, that there too were not getting water. There were other areas, Madam Chair, in Shop Hill and Edge Hill and Applewaits and so on, and those persons weren't getting water. Madam Chair, I can say today that as a result of the hard work of the men and women at the Barbados Water Authority and at the ministry too, because we had to lead it, both ministers in the ministry, that we have now recognized, and I took an update today before I came to the Honorable Chamber, because at the highest point in St. Joseph, and the Honorable Member for St. Joseph would know this, at the highest point in St. Joseph, in Cotton Tower, I believe that's where they refer to it, Cotton Tower, the highest point in St. Joseph, again, Chimborazo. Madam Chair, I am so proud to tell you that this morning, when I asked the chairman for a report, the chairman was able to tell me that at the highest points in St. Joseph, that the people in St. Joseph were getting water, Mr. Chairman. And I asked him to go back and to check, and he said to me that they are getting adequate supplies. Now, we are not going to beat our chests, because we are going to continue to ensure that the residents of St. Joseph and St. John continue to get water. But I believe, Madam Chair, that we are turning the corner. I believe so. And I also say to you that there were some people in Applewaits who were struggling to get water. They did not experience any shutoffs in water. I had the opportunity of meeting a young lady when I went to collect a pizza one evening in the Warrens area. And a pizza. No, I'm letting you know. and the young lady there, she lives at Shop Hill. And she explained to me that she was having difficulty getting water on a consistent basis. Madam Chair, I can show you the text message on my phone. The rules won't allow me to call her name, and they didn't give you advance notice. They speak advance notice. But I would say to you that she WhatsApped me, and she told me, thank you, that they're no longer having shutoffs of water, not only in Edge Hill and not only at Shop Hill, but also in Bridgefield. And where Applewaits is concerned, Madam Chair. So I really want to say that when you have residents calling you, the chairman of the Barbados Water Authority, and I have to thank him as well because he drove the process with his team. And I really want to thank him from the bottom of my heart because he's done a wonderful job in there. Spent a lot of time in St. Joseph as well and other areas dealing with the water situation. But I can report, and I can also say this. I didn't give you permission to call her name, but a lady by Miss Grant Comerbatch. She said to say how thankful she is because she now getting water in her taps in St. Joseph. But I also have to thank the residents and to say to them, I know it took a while longer, but it is important that we had to address this issue and address it as in a more strategic manner. But today I know that they have water flowing. I will also tell the House this, that when we check, and the reservoir levels are checked at the Barbados Water Authority, at Golden Ridge this morning, and this during peak periods, Madam Chair, 11 feet of water. And we're refurbishing the second reservoir at Golden Ridge, and that will soon come online, so we have extra capacity in the tank at Golden Ridge, Madam Chair. At Boscobel, this morning, 13 feet of water during peak periods. Madam Chair, peak periods from 6 a.m. until about 10:30. 13 feet of water. And at Castle Grant, averaging 11 feet of water, Madam Chair. And I want to say too, in respect of Day 3, because I know some of the persons in the north would have experienced a challenge. We had a break in the main due to some construction work that was going on at the Day 3 Hill Bridge, and as a result of that, a main was compromised. But I can assure the House that service was returned on the 28th of August. I want to thank the residents for their patience and understanding during the period when we had to repair the ruptured main, but we can say that the men and women who work at the Barbados Water Authority and the MTW, who worked through sometimes showers over the last weekend to ensure that the residents of St. Peter and St. Lucie would have benefited from the return of a consistent water supply. Madam Chair, it is not easy, and I have to put the House on notice that we will have to return to the Parliament sometime in the future for additional funding, because we have a number of challenges that we have to fix with respect to water. And truth be told, we have to. Okay, we have to. Now, we are improving our storage tank capacity across the island. We are going to have additional 2 tanks at Apesill. We are going to have additional 1.5 million gallon tank at Castle Grant, as well as another 1.5 million gallon tank at Rising Sun. And we also we're looking at the solutions for walkers with a 600,000 gallon tank capacity. So I'm saying this to put the House on notice that we're doing all of these things. And I have to be grateful, and I have to say thank you to the Ministry of Finance as well for accommodating the requests, because we know that water infrastructure is very expensive. We are beating down and driving down the prices, but water infrastructure is very expensive. But we also know that you cannot have a productive nation if you don't have a consistent flow of water, and that is why this progressive Barbados Labour Party continues to pay attention to the matters that must be solved. Now, I don't want to delay the House unduly, but I also have to remind the House that in addition to all that we are doing, we are in the process of having 2 temporary desalination plants in the north of the island, because we have to augment the supply to the north. Now, yes, we have the Boscobel tank, and we have built-in capacity, redundancy in the tank. But there are also some challenges that we have to face, and we are fixing them. I have said in this honorable chamber before that we have to look at the mains replacement for St. Lucie, northern part of St. Lucie. But not only St. Lucie, because of the age main situation that we are faced with, we also have to look and see where we have frequent bursts, and we have to replace those mains where we are experiencing frequent bursts. So now, I really have to say this, Madam Chair, that I don't believe that there's another government in the post-independent period of Barbados that had to be confronted with the challenges that we are confronted today. When in the ash fall, the global pandemic, when we are faced with freak storms and then a hurricane, Madam Chair, we are now faced with a situation where we inherited an infrastructural imbalance, and we are now responding to it to ensure that we do what we have to do to fix these problems that are long overdue. So I say, Madam Chair, that we will continue to update the chamber, but I felt it necessary that I have to give an overview because of the fact that we're requesting almost $40 million from the Standing Finance Committee. So, Madam Chair, I will close by saying that there's still a lot of work to do. We will try our best within the ministry and the Barbados Water Authority with the talented team to ensure that we continue to perform in the people's best interests. And with those remarks, Madam Chair, I beg to move that Head 81 stand part.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Madam Chair, I promise to be brief, because if I speak for too long, I fear I'll be overcome with emotion. When I was first elected in 2003, we began to experience, I think, some significant water problems in my constituency, and I remember working with member for St. Thomas, and we had a very good town hall meeting in around 2005 at the Lester Vaughan School. And we had a whole set of, there was a lot of talk, we heard a lot of reasons why we couldn't do this, why we couldn't do that, why we couldn't get water, and on and on and on and on. As, well, I don't know if to say good luck or bad luck, but we lost the election in 2008. And for the duration of our time in opposition, very little attention was paid to the water situation in St. Joseph. And Christmas of 2015 saw the people of my constituency and others brought to their knees, having to endure perhaps the worst Christmas day of their life, where when most Barbadians are looking forward to being able to have their properties spick and span, there was no water to do anything with in my constituency. Christmas Day, families gave themselves the most basic of meals because there was no water with which to wash their wares. And many others went to spend Christmas with family and friends who were fortunate to live in areas where there was water. Like my mother. And it persisted, Mr. Speaker. And in 2016, we had a protest march in front of the Barbados Water Authority, and not a fella came out to say a word. Curious thing is, I am there as the MP, and they invited the person who organized the march in to our authority headquarters, but my recollection is I didn't get anywhere near the door. And we can fast forward to only a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, where the protest marches shifted from outside of Water Authority headquarters, and were on the protesters were then on the steps of my constituency office in Burke's Village. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the problems or one of the burdens of collective responsibility is that you can't quarrel with your own government. You shouldn't. You shouldn't quarrel with your own government. And being a member of cabinet meant that I could do very little other than agitate in cabinet and with my colleagues to improve the water situation in my constituency. And it hurt me that my constituents were saying, you talk all about it before we win the election, and now you win the election, you can't say, you don't hear you no more. But the principle of collective responsibility meant that I had to suffer this issue in silence. But I suffered it in the sure and certain knowledge that progress was being made. It wasn't made as fast as I would have liked, but I knew that progress was being made. And Mr. Speaker, it touched me when one of my constituents posted on Facebook that for the first time in Lord knows how long, she had had water week after week after week after week. we were told about 3 weeks ago that the water problem was solved. And I asked the member for St. John not to say too much about it because sometimes things can go wrong. And we did have water out 2 Sundays ago for about 3 hours. But I am able to join with the 2 ministers of public works and say that through hard work, through thinking outside of the box, and through a commitment to improving the circumstances of the people who elected us, for the first time in decades, we have steady running water in St. Joseph. You know, I have to thank my colleague, because a lot of work has been done in my constituency. You know what happened? You know, we all put these things on Facebook. So I would post pictures of a road, and I'd be happy, road, and somebody would put, what about the water? So it reached the point where I no longer even wanted to post the many things that were being done, because there was that sore point, that corn, that proverbial rock in your shoe, because somebody would always write, when we can get water. We're building a new civic center, but when we can get water. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, we now have water running in St. Joseph. And I look forward to the day when those water tanks that are reminders, that are statues, that are monuments to a difficult time are removed and recycled in some other way. I look forward to seeing them gone from my constituency, because for as long as they stand there, they stand as a monument and a testimony to the last administration that cared little, and it stands as a monument to the days when we didn't have proper running water. Those days are gone, and I can now go back, Madam Chair, to posting about all the other wonderful things that are happening in St. Joseph, because when somebody puts, what about the water, I can say, what about the water? I'm obliged to you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There can't be a conversation about water without me speaking. But before I talk about water, I want first to, I don't want to take up much time, so that's why I'm kind of speeding along. I really want to thank the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources on speaking first on the caption of drainage. My predecessor in this honorable chamber is known to have said, a flood brought me in. And I don't want a flood to take me out. A flood did not bring me in, but I did not want a flood to take me out. And I want to commend the ministry, the minister and his team, for he spoke to the matter of the retention and detention ponds. And I want to say to this honorable chamber, Madam Chair, that St. Peter is well known for flooding events, particularly in Speightstown. Yesterday, we unfortunately had a flooding event in Boscobel in Johnson's Road, and that did cause some discomfort. I don't think the damage was very severe, but some families were marooned. But I think that is a situation of drainage areas needing to be cleared. But Speightstown is well known for flooding, much damage, and dislocation. And I'm happy to be able to say, Madam Chair, that so far for the year, in all of the heavy rainfall that we've had, whether ordinary rainfall that we had yesterday or today, because we did have some rain in Speightstown today as well as during the freak storm and the hurricane that passed, it appears to us that the retention ponds done upstream from Speightstown have been working wonderfully well. There are retention ponds in the Diamond Corner area. And that takes water that would ordinarily flow through Portland, through Oxford, and into the between Six Mains and Haywoods area. That gully system has reduced the amount of water going in that direction. There's also been significant work done in the Sailor Gully area, and that work was amazing to me. I went there with the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central quite a number of months ago. And when I went back to see the work that's been done, it is transformational. Significant retention capacity in Sailor Gully. There's also significant retention areas done in the Clark's Gap, Ashton Hall area, and that takes water from Ben Hill, Mount Breverton, and funnels it into the Wim Gully. So between Sailor Gully and Clark's Gap, significant work has been done, and that has reduced the water going into Spikestown. In addition, there are retention ponds as well in the Wim Gully, and all of those together, Delmont Corner, Clark's Gap, Sailor Gully, Wim Gully, has significantly reduced the amount of water going into Spikestown. And we in St. Peter, particularly the people of Spikestown, but the people of the entire St. Peter, are very happy about that and want to express gratitude to the ministry responsible for transport and works for facilitating that. I would also want, while I'm on my feet, to thank the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. They're the ones responsible for actually widening and deepening the canal in Spikestown itself. And so far, even though that work is not complete, the canal is working well. That expanded capacity canal is working well. I look forward to the time when the tunnels on the Kirana Husbands Highway will be reconfigured, so we don't have 3 little tunnels, and we have 2 big ones that will allow any debris to pass through, go into the salt pond, and move on to the sea. So in relation to drainage, Madam Chair, we in St. Peter are quite happy. I also want to say that the people of Boscobel are looking forward to consistent supply. There is the recognition that there is improvement in the supply, but the people of Boscobel have been hurt and burnt so much over the years, particularly during those years of neglect that the Honourable Member for St. Joseph spoke of, that they are not as trusting as we may want them to be. They prefer in this situation to walk by sight and not by faith. They will walk by faith spiritually, but in relation to water, they want to walk by water, not on water, but by water. And so they want to see, not to be assured of, but they want to see consistent supply, because these are people for whom acquiring water became a second job. Walking across tracks, undulating landscapes, older people just trying to get that which is necessary for their survival. And so they recognize the improvement in the service in terms of water flowing through the taps, and they look forward to consistent supply. I, like the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, found myself in the same position where I was there on Christmas Day, All Year's Day, 2015. We toured St. Joseph, we toured St. Andrew, parts of St. Thomas, and we ended up in St. Lucie. I was there not as a Member of Parliament, because I was aspiring at the time. So I did not even expect to be called in to the Barbados Water Authority headquarters. But I was there, and one of my constituents, well, someone who is not my constituent, accompanied me on that day and actually went into the office, went into the building. I don't think they went into the office, but they went into the building. And from then, in 2015, Madam Chair, I've had not just the matter of water, daily water for cooking and washing, but my first impact was on June the 1st of 2015. A Monday morning, a house lost to fire and an entire family without a home. Almost exactly 5 years later, on the 3rd of June, 2020, another house lost to fire, another family put out. When all the relatives came out to turn on the water, brought out the hoses and the buckets, no water. So we've had the issue of water for regular daily use, but we've also had loss of significant property because of this situation. And I'm happy that the tank in Boscobel was completed. I look forward to the installation of the desalination plant at Colleton. I've been saying to my constituents that the Barbados Water Authority is working diligently to get that desalination plant up. The people in Boscobel are a little weary about when I say that a government agency is working diligently. For them, diligently means it's going to take years to happen. So I am saying in this honorable chamber, because I am conscious of my collective responsibility as well, but I'm also aware that on the Friday morning, late in May of 2018, the gentleman, the returning officer, said to me that I was elected to represent St. Peter in the House of Assembly. And so that is my primary responsibility. And when I stand in this honorable chamber, I speak for those people. And so I am saying to this honorable chamber that the people who have sent me to this place look forward to that desalination plant being put into operation, being installed, being put into operation, so that they can rely on water, so that they do not have to be at work, some of them at this hour, wondering if the rain is going to be falling when they get home, if they're going to be able to walk to the tank and walk back, or if the water is going to be on. So they are anxious, and I share their anxiety while acknowledging and really thanking the ministry and the Barbados Water Authority for the improvements we have seen so far. What we've seen so far with this government, as biased as I am, is much more than they saw and that we saw under the previous administration. It looked as though we had been forgotten. But I'm happy and I feel in my heart that we are not forgotten. We do not believe that things are happening as quickly as we would like, but we realize that there have been some improvements. The tank at our high points, Mount Stepney and Indian Ground, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central has indicated, we look forward to their installation as well. And I just want to say to those paid by the taxpayers to service the people of this country, because it is unfair to beat up ministers of government when ministers of government don't lay pipe, well, don't install water mains, is probably what I should say. It is difficult to, I'm not sure why they laughed, but it is difficult to blame ministers when ministers rely on workers to, well, other workers, because ministers are workers too, to do their job. And I'd like to encourage all persons who have this responsibility to take it seriously, to recognize that people's comfort, people's ability to live meaningful lives and relatively comfortable lives depend on their work. And I really want to ask them to be expeditious in making sure that the people of this country, including those living in the greater Boscobel area, Boscobel, the Mount, Gaze, Castle, Tree Hill, all around the greater Boscobel area, that they are provided with the necessary water that they need and that they are obligated to have. And so, Madam Chair, with those few words, I want to support these funds under head 81.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too, Madam Chair, like my colleagues that spoke before me, was impacted in a significant way with issues as it relates to water running in the constituency of St. John. I will be brief because my colleague minister was very detailed in terms of what these funds will be used for. I want to, before I get into my piece, to ask the constituents of St. John to embrace what was said today by the Honourable Minister of Health as it relates to COVID, and to take all necessary precautions to protect self and family. Madam Chair, it is not just this year that we experience a freak storm. I want to posit in this chamber that for 10 years, the country and the Barbados Water Authority were impacted by a freak storm, and not one coming from the African coast, but one emanating in George Street. But that being said, Madam Chair, there's a song with the words that say, "This time you gave me a mountain so high that I may never climb." At the Barbados Water Authority, Madam Chair, we're using a scaffolding approach as it relates to all of the capital projects that are happening within the ministry. And this would have started in 2018 when the Honourable Member for Christchurch East had a mountain on the south coast, and he climbed that mountain and turned that mountain into a molehill. In a similar vein, all of the projects that are now deemed to be capital projects at the Barbados Water Authority, we see them as mountains as well. And mountains as a result of that freak storm that I spoke of that was on the island for 10 years, because a number of these reservoirs that my colleague minister would have identified, these are reservoirs, Madam Chair, that were just allowed to languish. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East can attest to the state of the reservoirs across the landscape in this country. And we came in with all of these mountains, and we're climbing them, Madam Chair, one by one. Vineyard is now a molehill, because that was a major issue. So I want to congratulate, as Minister would have indicated, the staff and members at the Barbados Water Authority to bring in some kind of resolutions to the residents in the eastern corridor, including St. John, because now we have a constant supply of water on a daily basis, predominantly or primarily from the 14th of this month. We still have some minor work to do as it relates to the tank at Mount Pleasant, but water is flowing on a consistent basis from Vineyard. Madam Chair, also in these funds are the provisions to buy or to purchase, to procure 7 pumps. And all of us are aware, even today, this country was drenched in certain areas. I saw videos to my phone where there's some serious flooding. And BWA is being proactive in the approach. The ministry is being proactive in its approach as it relates to dealing with all of these issues. Pumps, 600, I believe, over $600,000 is being used from this allocation to purchase pumps, because we understand that the pumps that we currently have may be a little small, so we're increasing the capacity by making sure that we have these additional pumps. So, Madam Chair, it is, you know, we have several projects that will impact. One of the members' message I know to ask about Shop Hill. The St. Stephen's to Lord Shield project, another mountain, and we're undertaking that. scaffolding approach. We're building resources now will go there to ensure that water is in the main going towards the Shop Hill location. The Honourable Member of St. Peter just asked and plead for water to be on a consistent basis within his constituency. And the desal plants that we're putting up in the northern corner of the island will take care of the issues that he's having within that particular locale. Madam Chair, also Redmond Village will be taken care of too, sir. Guaranteed. Also, in this particular set of funds, we're looking to replace some of the mains. And again, St. John, St. George, these are areas that would have benefited from mains replacement under this particular project. It is now expected that with additional funds, we will be able to finalize some of the areas that were identified under this particular project, the What's Not project. Now, this has nothing to do with the major mains replacement push that we have that will look to change out those mains in the north that are causing some problems that were not changed for the 10 years that I spoke about prior to that. And monies were in place that these particular mains could have been replaced. So we need to engage, Madam Chair, in a major mains replacement program across the country. And that will happen. So I am very pleased. You know, if you watch any Western, you would see when they had the stagecoach, there was that person who was riding the stagecoach, and then there was someone who was riding shotgun. And I want to say in this house today that I am riding shotgun with a minister that is flying, absolutely flying, as it relates to the water, as it relates to the road situation. The ministry is working to ensure that all across this island, the things that were there before that were left languishing, that we are fixing them. Mountains that are not too high to climb, Madam Chair, we are climbing them one by one, using that scaffolding approach in the ministry to ensure that we bring relief to persons, whether it be flooding, whether it be roads, whether it be a supply or constant supply of water. As I indicated, I will not be long. I just wanted to support my colleague minister in relation to this because the constituency of St. John would have benefited in a tremendous way from all of the work that would have happened since May 2018. And I fully expect that additional work will happen because I have seen some areas in recent times, maybe because or as a direct result of climate change, that I'm seeing flooding within the constituency that was never there. And the drainage unit came in, they did some ponding as the Honourable Member from St. Peter would have indicated, and those problems are now being fixed at the level in the constituency of St. John. Yes, we still have some areas that we need to attend, and those areas will be sorted, but in the meantime, I want to fully support this particular resolution for the additional funds within the ministry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be derelict of me if I were not to contribute under this head of this resolution, supplementaries of this Parliament this afternoon. I first of all wish to commend the two Ministers of Public Works and Drainage for the efforts that they have put in continuation from the two previous ministers before them since this administration came into effect. It's not an easy task, of course. It is a ministry that affects everybody in this country. But we are, of course, a vulnerable country, susceptible. At least 6 months of the year, we are subject to the possibility of tremendously adverse weather conditions, including hurricanes. And we are entering the height of the hurricane season. As was said by the Honourable Minister who has led this particular head, We have had tremendous amount of rain already the last week, and we're going to continue to have this rain. So today, for example, Madam Chair, although no rain fell, or very little rain fell in Weston, in the heart of my constituency on the coast, Weston was flooded out. I spent an hour and a half there this afternoon before coming here, and Weston is in a mess. I would have told the two honourable members who are ministers of transport and their officials that Weston needs immediate action. All the residents there, in fact, say it is the worst flood since that of over 25 years ago in 1995 when the mighty Karoo drowned in what is known infamously as the Karoo flood. It is as bad as that. But very little, if any, rain in Weston. But because of what happens above, up top, from St. Andrew, St. Thomas, other parts of St. James, Weston at the bottom by the coast, it's flooded out. So all like now, water still flowing through the gully like a river. Debris on the road, which I asked to be cleaned up today. I don't know if it would be. And other debris in the gully brought down from upstream. It needs immediate attention tomorrow morning, first thing at the latest. Like I said, I've given notice. The residents are looking forward to it. Thankfully and gratefully, there's been no injuries or loss of life, like I said, as there was in 1995. No damage to houses itself, although people's yards, when I reached, some people were cleaning out the yards from the mud and debris. And it is a problem that we face on an annual basis in this country because of our topography, getting worse because of climate change, because of changes in water courses built by estates up above, and it needs to be addressed. I heard the honourable member who led this debate speaking about the need to put retention ponds upstream. I am not an engineer. I trust that that is based on the engineering advice. But what I also want to say to this chamber and to wider those who are listening is that sometimes we do not appreciate the local knowledge of people who have lived in a district all their lives and can tell the technical people and the policy makers the solution to the problem more than any engineer. And I speak, for instance, of when under the last Barbados Labour Party administration, we were putting the dump in St. Andrew. And the local knowledge was people who were there for all 90 years of their life said, this is not the place to put a dump. You're going to put garbage here, and tomorrow or the next day you're going to find it washing into the sea. But the engineers, the PhDs didn't take their advice, and I must say, I think one of the very few mistakes of the last Barbados Labour Party administration in their first term of office. The honourable member for St. Andrew, who is still the honourable member then and now, in fact, advised against it as well, I so remember. So I would like when the ministry officials go down to Weston to speak towards a solution, that they speak with the residents there, as I did for the umpteenth time this afternoon. The bridge that is there near the end of the gully is about to fall in. And if that falls in, there is even more trouble. I've gone down there, as I said, with all 4 ministers of public works over the last 2.5 years and their technical officers, and we've spoken to this, that bridge needs reinforcing. It is too weak to contain all the water and the debris that comes from all up in St. Thomas and St. Andrew and ends up down there. And when that collapses, if nothing is done, it's going to be more trouble washing down into the road, which was impassable for some part of the day. And Dublin Road still, as I said, tremendous amount of mud. I asked if it could be cleaned up this afternoon. Like I said, I don't know if it would be. Weston is at the heart of a community. There are plans to refurbish, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, Minister for Maritime Economy, has spoken on plans to renovate, in fact build a new fish market. There's been a park sited, refurbished park there, thanks to the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, the Minister for National Conservation and his team, and of course I wish to commend the NCC team in St. James North for bringing that to fruition and keeping that park clear. But all of that could go to naught unless this issue of drainage is tackled. So I hope, Madam Chair, that some of the money in this supplemental of 39 million and program 511 drainage services is used to deal with the issue at Weston. As I said, the worst flooding without a drop of rain or very little rain there today. Worst flooding in over 25 years. And that speaks volumes. The other parts of St. James North, my constituency, and as the Honourable Member for St. Peter said, I've been elected, I've been sent here to represent the people of St. James North, ma'am. And Trent is in an absolute mess too. I know it could be said that this has been so from the time I was born, virtually, over 5 decades, but the reality is that we have been elected to solve the problems and the challenges that we've had today, and credit to the Honourable Member for St. James Central, my colleague. He brought legislation to address a historical injustice of 330 years. So we can't sit back and say, look, this problem has been here for 5-6 decades and it's difficult to solve. We have been elected to solve the issues. So Trent's, after 5 minutes of rain, in a tremendous mess as well. I am continuously in touch with the Honourable Ministers of Public Works on this issue to try and get something done, to dig more wells, to put retention ponds further up. People have no right in the 3rd decade of the 21st century living in a situation where they cannot get out of their house unless by some kind of boat after 5-10 minutes of heavy rainfall. I know that the Honourable Member, St. Michael West Central, has said that he will address this issue, and I believe that a team from his ministry were there last week, but the time for talk and site visits finished. As far as I'm concerned, we've had enough of that over the years, and it's time for action right now. It's going to take some money, but we find money for other things, and rightly so. And money needs to be found for this. On my way to Weston this afternoon, I passed Westmoreland, Sion Hill, and again, every time rain falls, and yes, refurbished highway, for which I'm thankful, and not only me, but everybody who lives in the northern part of this country, who has to traverse Sion Hill, Westmoreland, to come from their home to Bridgetown to their work. Generally, once you're going south, you're passing that highway, so it's not only a St. James North Highway, it's the whole of the north. And yes, renovated, well done, but still tremendous drainage problems. In Sion Hill, again, apparently from local knowledge, never used to be so, but because of the houses built in Turtle Back Ridge, diverted water down. And tremendous traffic backup whenever there is 10 minutes of rain in Westmoreland, Sion Hill. The traffic lights that were put up about, almost 2 years ago have helped tremendously. And again, I thank this administration for that. In fact, that was under the tenure of the two previous ministers of Public Works, but that comes to aught whenever there is heavy rainfall. And therefore, the issue of drainage in Sion Hill and Westmoreland needs to be done, and it needs constant looking after. I mean, you might clear it early in the year, but that doesn't mean that you don't clear it again 6 months after. And that is the case. Rockdunder Road, same issue. Thankfully, the water drained off quickly, but the road, which is in tremendous need of repair, some more pieces of it messed up with all the rains, not only today, but the last week. And I again can only urge the Ministry of Public Works to treat Rockdunder, the repairs, in fact, a new Rockdunder Road, as a priority within their road building scheme. And of course, money is in this supplementary for road network services and maintenance services. In terms of transport, I again commend the Honourable Minister for bringing, as part of this supplementary, the issue of gratuities for Transport Board employees when they retire to this Parliament. It has been a long time issue. I remember when we were in opposition, the last parliamentary session of 2013-18, this issue came up. We met with the workers. It is a manifesto promise, because I looked at the manifesto up to this morning and saw it in there. It is a manifesto promise that has been fulfilled, and commend the administration for that. Water, under this aspect of the program 518, we would not have to be here voting almost every time we vote money for Barbados Water Authority if it was not for a $1.5 billion mismanagement of funds by the powers that be that presided over the Barbados Water Authority under the last political administration. And this is not idle talk that I'm here saying. The facts are there for all to see. The Auditor General's report of 2019 was laid in this Parliament that speaks to the infelicities, you can't even call it neglect, of the Barbados Water Authority under the last administration. And for that, the Cabinet of the Democratic Labour Party and the then Minister of Water Resources, the then Member of Parliament for St. Philip West, have to take absolute and full responsibility. And in my submission should be held to account, because $1.5 billion isn't even $150,000. 1.5 and then 8 zeros. Mismanaged. So all the water pipes, the old pipes in Barbados that need replacing, almost 100 years old, some of them, could have been done.
Honourable
If that
Member,
1.5.
you could wrap up if possible.
Thank you, Madam. And
Please.
all the areas that we now fighting to get water to would have had water. In St. James North, the issue is not as much lack of water, but brown water because of the old mains and the mains and burst pipes in some areas every week that the water authority have to spend resources repairing. So again, this is necessary. Madam Chair, I support this head of the supplementaries and trust that what needs to be done to do right by the people of St. James North will be done by the monies voted under this head. I thank you. I'm obliged.
Thank you. Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Madam Chair, I will be very brief.
Please do.
Madam Chair, I would like to do for the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central and the Honourable Member for St. John, I'd like to do for them what they actually can't do for themselves, Madam Chair. And that's actually to completely and entirely compliment them. Sorry, somebody just start from me. To completely and entirely compliment them for what has been a mammoth undertaking with still more to go. People are very quick to criticize and people are very quick to condemn and point out where things are going wrong, because generally we feel it most when it's going badly and then we take it for granted when it's going well. But as the person who held part of that portfolio before, I know what went into what it is that they're doing and what was at stake. I know the magnitude of the difficulties and the problems that they would have had to overcome. And I wish at this point in time, Madam Chair, to commend the former board of the Barbados Water Authority and the chairperson, Ms. Leadine Worrell, who ably led that board. Because in many respects, they started the work that was continued by the board led by Mr. Stephen Roberts and ably continued by the two ministers as well. Madam Chair, it is not as simple as people believe. There's a happy marriage of public works and water. Because, for example, if you use Highway 1, the person in St. James got a brand new road, and people are happy to drive on that road. But also, in getting that road, a lot of the infrastructure below it was repaired, so that also helps to properly deliver the water service and cut down on the water wastage. Madam Chair, the Honourable Member St. John did me perhaps the greatest disservice of my political career when he invited me to the town hall meeting in St. John to talk about water. And I got it royally, Madam Chair, royally and well. And when the portfolio later fell to him, I smiled and I said, well, Charles, you now have a chance. You can distinguish yourself or hang yourself. And I am happy, Madam Chair, that he, along with the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, have thoroughly distinguished themselves in this pursuit. Between the two of them, more pipe has been laid than has been laid for a long time. Between the two of them, more roads have been done than has been done for a long time. Between the two of them, more repairs to the infrastructure of the Water Authority and the Public Works Department have been done than has been done in a long time. Between the two of them, more has been done in drainage than has been done in a long time. Between the two of them, more has been done in water augmentation than has been done in a long time. And when we thank them, let us not thank them for what we can see, but we also need to thank them for the things that we can't see but had to have been done to be able to effect the things that we actually can see. It has been a mammoth undertaking, and the work of these two gentlemen and the input that they made and the energy that they expended and the effort that they put in cannot be understated, and it marks them as two signal ministers, Madam Chair, in this government, and ministers with whom we can be duly and completely proud. And with that, Madam Chair, having done for them what they could not properly do for themselves, I wish to support the supplementary under this head as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank all honourable members who contributed to the debate. Thank you very much for your words of encouragement and for those who obviously expressed concerns in respect of the areas. Now, the honourable member for St. James North would have made reference to the resolution and that there was money here for the roads. Let me caution the honourable member, though, that in the resolution the money is set out for funds to pay the workers involved in the national cleanup campaign. So I don't want it to go there that we have $25 million for roads. And then when I, along with Minister Griffith, cannot deliver those roads, then he would say, well, I came here and I got 25 million. I'm a late entrant to the crown as a minister, but I just thought that I will remind the honourable member that the funds there relate to the payment of the workers involved in the National Cleanup Campaign. But I've also taken very seriously the honourable member for St. James North's concerns. What I can tell him, and I did speak with him earlier today, and I've spoken to him before, but in respect of the Zion Hill flooding situation, the solution there is to have an excavation in the stone to shape the water course. And once we do that, we will then align it to the existing culvert on Highway 1. And once we do that, we will obviously try to get to alleviate or mitigate rather some of the flooding that exists there. I might also caution that some of the initiatives that we plan to undertake will depend on landowners granting permission, and in some instances where we don't get the permission, we will have to refer to what is known as Section 3 or compulsory acquisition if it is not already in the drain, in the reserve. So just want to make that point, but that matter has received the attention of the ministry. In respect of Trents, as we all know, in the Trents area, it is a very high water table. You cannot get more than 10 feet in a well at Trents, and that's a fact. But what we are going to do is that we are going to go in there and have the wells clean. And on top of that, what we've started to do is that the member for St. James North did allude to the fact that a team went in there last week. Their ongoing works in respect of what they have to do. They've looked at the topo map. They are also looking at the contours, so they can look at the contour plan, see how best the water is flowing, and how best we can remedy the situation. Once we've gathered that information, a firm determination will be made and how we determine how we pitch a swale, a drain, a detention pond, or other flood mitigation measures. So I give the honourable member the assurance that once we plan, we will have to pursue the plan in accordance with the advice of the engineers, because we have to do so. In respect of the water coming down the Trents Hill, we know that that has been a problem for years. We have identified some potential locations where we believe we can put in a French drain, trap some of the water, and divert it as well into, along with swales, and divert the water into some detention ponds. Similar to what obtained in the St. Peter area, where we had at Sailor Gully, we had at the Wim, Lonesome Hill, and Richmond Hill. So I give the honourable member the assurance that we are going to deal with those matters. In respect, and I also want to just inform the House as well, because we experienced significant flows coming down the Horace Hill area. Now that has been an area, I've worked on the West Coast for more than 20 years. And I have never seen a rainy season where you don't have water coming down. So it's nothing that has started since 2018. It is something that has been around for a long time. But I give the host, this honorable host, the assurance that notwithstanding, we are going to implement detention and retention ponds upstream to ensure that the flow of water that comes and flows all the way through to Holdershill will not continue to compromise the road, because we have a situation there where we're going to very shortly have to go in and do an excavation. We're going to have to lay a new BWA mains, and the utility companies have already indicated to us that they are willing to come in and lay some additional mains in there, so they will have to go in, and we are going to do that. And there's some obviously mill and pave works to reinstate the road that we will have to do. I want to also thank the minister and the ministry, and of course I will wish to put on record my thanks to the permanent secretary in the ministry, Mr. Mark Cummins, who has, as a young minister, has given me good guidance. He's also been able to bring his knowledge of town planning to the fore, and that knowledge has, I believe, certified both myself and the honourable member for St. John as persons who have learned a lot at the feet of the permanent secretary in respect of matters relating to planning, urban planning, and other matters. But I give the House the honourable assurance that we are going to continue to work on the multiple projects. This job is not easy. I can tell anybody that. And I speak for Minister Griffith as well. We work long and late, but at the end of the day, we both enjoy the job. We love it, and we go to work every day. And you know, when I get to the office every morning, it's one thing I say to myself, you know, why am I here? I'm here to ensure that I uplift a country, work with a proud administration, but also I go to work to do what I believe is in the best interest of the people of Barbados. And Madam Chair, on that note, I beg to move that Head 81 stand per.
Question is that Head 81 stand par. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 87, ma'am. Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training in the amount of $2,922,811.
Honourable member for St. Michael South East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this particular supplementary, and I do so against a background where I know I have several colleagues in this chamber who attended the Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary School, and who themselves, just like the parents and certainly teachers, have been calling me regarding the works to be carried out at this particular institution. This supplementary is for the sum of $2.9 million, which is required for renovations to the main building, which is known as Block B, which houses several classrooms at the Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary School. I would have announced earlier last week, Cabinet taking the decision to approve these sums and to alert the public and certainly the Parent Teachers Association as to the fact that we intended to carry out these works, and certainly to be able to update them at a later stage as to plans for relocation of the students for the upcoming school term. The fact that this situation with the COVID-19 virus is very fluid, ma'am, has resulted obviously in my making the announcement today that while the school term will begin on the 20th of September, we have had to make some adjustments in relation to return to a face-to-face environment, as we are seeing a number of our young people, but also in particular our young ones, also contracting this virus. And it is cause for concern not only with respect to coming from the unions, but from also our parents. It is coming from the public health officials. It is at the level of the Cabinet subcommittee, and I'm sure all who are hearing me are also concerned about what is this new dynamic that is facing this country. We therefore have said that the school will go online, and therefore I can assure the students at the Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary School and the teachers as well and the parents that they will be treated therefore no differently than any of the other students who will also have to go online for the new September term. But the good news for them is that over the years, there has been much talk about refurbishment of the Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary School. I certainly have a long history with Wilkie Cumberbatch. It was where several branch meetings for my father, who represented the area, were held. I attended many school fairs. I didn't go to school there, but the truth is that I have walked the length and breadth of that school, and I know it quite intimately, even before becoming Minister of Education. I also represent that constituency in which this school is located, and I have heard over the years all of the concerns regarding the refurbishments and the plans to make the plant improved and to expand the various aspects of the school plant to make it more accommodating for our students. The truth of the matter is that it is one of the largest school rolls that we have. We're over 500 in respect of the Wilkie Cumberbatch School. It is about one of 3 or 4 others that carry these high rolls. And over the years, because there have been no attempts to really dramatically improve the physical infrastructure, but at the same time we've been increasing the school roll, as you can imagine, Madam Chair, we are left in a situation where the students have galloped ahead in terms of taking over the physical plant, but the truth of the matter is we have not seen the physical changes to the actual infrastructure keeping up with that. So we have bathrooms that the plumbing obviously requires attention. There's no school hall at the premises. It has never had a school hall. We also have a situation where what we would call the red brick construction, which would have been initially done in the 1960s, because this building is since 1966. There has been really no significant improvements to the structure over the years. And then back in 2020, in November, many of you would remember some very heavy rains, sudden rains, very unpredictable rains affected the island. And that perhaps was the straw that brought the camel's back. We ended up in a situation where the same red brick floor and the roof structure in the building basically became even more compromised, and it resulted in us having to send in engineers who determined that the conditions of the plant were not fit and safe for our students to operate in. I therefore took the view that the time had now come for us to stop all the long talk and make sure that if I did nothing else as Minister of Education, that I was determined that we would ensure that this particular school plant was able to have the level of refurbishment that was necessary. So this 2.9 million, and just for clarity, for those who want to pronounce on the 2.9 million as though it is a significant sum, this 2.9 million is actually part of a 6.9 million refurbishment project for the Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary School. Back in 2012, under the last administration, when there was a project that they had approached the Caribbean Development Bank to source some $70 million for, the proposal was to include the Wilkie Cumberbatch School then at a cost of $4.9 million to do major refurbishments to the school. So this 2.9 million is only phase 1 of what really is now major refurbishment plans for the Wilkie Cumberbatch School. It is my hope that so long as funds permit, and I know that it is always difficult with the Ministry of Finance because, as you heard earlier, the Minister of Health is often having to take priority in this environment on the resources, and rightfully so. But the truth of the matter is we have still been pumping money into the Ministry of Education and into improvements in the infrastructure across our school plants. Now, I have heard some say that this 2.9 is too much for Wilkie, and we could have built other schools for that amount of money, as those people have a true appreciation of what it costs to build a school. Because when I check back the IDB project, the CDB project, Madam Chair, the cost of the new school that was being spoken about back then was some $22 million. It was for a secondary school. And the school roll then was projected to be around 850 students. So I am no accountant, I am no economist, but it makes sense to me that if a new secondary school with a roll of 850 students was going to cost $22 million, then $6.9 million to refurbish the Wilkie Cumberbatch School, some almost 8 years later, is a drop in the bucket of what schools need to be injected into them in order to do the level of refurbishment. But I'm going to go further because I've heard some say that it is because of the BERT program that the CDB program was not able to get off of the ground. And it is quite unfortunate that there will be some out there who will want to carry a different political narrative and not tell the truth. But I can only stand in this chamber and tell the truth because that is the only way in which I was raised. And Madam Chair, I am well aware from all of the documents that I've seen that the project for the Wilkie Commonwealth School was supposed to start in 2012. The school was supposed to have the injection of $4.9 million with a start date for 2012, which was then projected to take 7 months in order to have full reconstruction and refurbishment of the institution. We came to office not in 2013 or 2014 or 2015 or 2016, and I can go on. We came to office, and even though we have injected funds into the school year after year to do minor refurbishment, we recognize that because of the inertia of the last administration, some $70 million was lost, which prevented not only the Wilkie Commonwealth Primary School from getting what it was due to it, but several other primary schools were identified for either full refurbishment, for major renovations to be carried out, for extension of classrooms to be done. So we don't worry about Vauxhall Primary, we got that too. But Madam Chair, it is disingenuous for those who should know better to give the impression that this administration in any way tried to halt, because of a structural adjustment program, the plans for the Wilkie Commonwealth School. And I have gone to the end to make sure that we can not only start this project and do the refurbishment to the phase 1 in terms of the main building to get that up and running so the children can return to the school plan, but I have made sure that in preparation for things turning around, whether it is through private sector funding, whether it is through international funding, whether it is through our own resources as a government, that we have the plans that we can show to the PTA and to the country as to what it is that the Wilkie Commonwealth Primary School will look like in the next couple of years. Because we have to face it, we don't have all the money to do it, but what we must do as a government is to plan for what it is that we want. And we know that that is an area that doesn't only have children from my constituency, Pineville, the area. People from all over children just go to school at the Wilkie Commonwealth Primary School. So the reality, ma'am, is that this is not about putting a school in a particular area and spending a lot of money on a particular school. We have come to office, and one by one we have been making inroads in trying to improve the conditions of our school plans. The St. Giles Primary School, we did that last year for over $1 million. That was left to languish because they wanted to only fix the floor of the building. And when I went in, I saw all the issues with the roofs. I saw all the issues with the staff room, and I said, no, not under my watch. Put the money into it. Let us do it one time. Because for all of the years that we have lost, we got to play catch up. So if I sink $200,000 into a school every year or $50,000 here, it is but a drop in the bucket. Because the truth of the matter is that the amount of monies that are required right now to be able to transform our educational institutions is quite significant. And we can't do all. I heard my colleague here talking about Vauxhall. We have pumped money into the Vauxhall Primary School because our intention is also to rename the primary school after Shirley Chisholm as well. And the only thing stopping us at this point in time has been COVID from doing the full reopening of the school. But I am not stopping until we have completed the pathways and we have ensured that the classrooms and the various spaces are adequate for teachers and students to return to that school. Madam Chair, we ain't stopping there. We had issues with the Lawrence T. Gay Primary School. We have fixed those, and we put more money in this year in order to make sure that we complete all of the things, the nutrition room that needed to be done on the various blocks. We have systematically gone through, and don't let me start to talk about the electrical upgrades because we have taken 7 primary schools, some of which were in the same CDB project, where the 70 million was lost because of the inertia of the last administration. And we've put $4.4 million, hired over 25 small to medium-sized contractors across this country, put money in people's hands to be able to get out there to make improvements to the electrical conditions of our school plants. So whether it is the civil works components that will come out of this project, because you can't do electrical upgrades and leave the room with the roof falling down. And you can't do electrical upgrades and not paint over the space in which you've pulled the wires. So we can't do this hodgepodge approach anymore, this ad hoc way in which schools have been maintained. We've got to now start to inject what may seem as significant sums, but there are significant sums because of these several years where there has been no injection of any significant nature into the repairs and the renovations of our school plants. And that is the issue. St. John's Primary School had all kinds of issues there. I'm sure our colleagues recall all of the problems in St. John. Issues, environmental issues, left, right, and center. Don't talk about the St. George Primary School. St. George Primary School was neglected. You go into classrooms at St. George Primary School, if the rain is falling and the windows are closed, when you close the door behind you, there was no lighting in the room, Madam Chair. But St. George Primary School is on the list and will be completed. And I can go through from Wesley Hall to all of them. We have Welch's Primary School, Madam Chair. We have taken them one by one, and I want people to understand, if we've done 7 this year, don't feel that it is only 7 that got to be done. We know. I want you to understand, I know that there are more to be done. But what we have to do is we got to start somewhere to make sure that we can make up for the lost time where no money was spent on these schools, so that whenever we're in a position to get back to the schools face to face, that we can minimize the disruption which has been caused by lost time as a result of environmental issues, as a result of all kinds of problems within the schools. We need to be in a position to minimize that. So for those who have said they have concerns about our schools becoming isolation facilities, let me talk to them for a second. Because, Madam Chair, the truth of the matter is, this government does not take the move to acquire our school facilities lightly as public health facilities. We don't. But we also have to recognize that in many cases, we will have to exhaust all of our options and to look at all of our options to see where are the facilities that may be adequate if we have to ramp up the conditions in this country, because we have to look after our sick. Because some of the same parents of these children are some of the same people that we got to care for as well. And if we don't have enough space at Harrison Point or in the other facilities, where else are we supposed to put the parents? And people need to understand that we're not going to schools because we just willy-nilly and we don't want the children to go back to school. We turn to our institutions because we have invested money in it. We spent over $2 million on bathroom upgrades at our schools, making sure that the showers were up to certain standards, making sure that the bathroom facilities were adequate. And it wasn't to take into account a COVID-19 environment. In fact, it was to make sure that the young people, if they wanted to use the facilities for sporting activities or for camps or anything educational, that they had better conditions in which they could operate. But it is a good thing that we had the foresight to be able to make that investment. It is a good thing that we had the foresight to put over $5 million across all of the schools to make sure that we had upgrades in terms of the overall surroundings, not just for hurricanes, but it has come in handy in a COVID-19 environment. Because whether we like it or not, our schools are within our communities. And sometimes we have to turn to what is nearby because we don't have any choice, because we have limited resources sometimes that we can pull from. The other thing, ma'am, is that the truth is that we are approaching the tourist season. And while we have, we're looking good in terms of our bookings, not as good as we would like, but the truth of the matter is that even when we try to look for housing, for stock in terms of rooms within the hotels, there are challenges. And therefore, it isn't to say that we go straight to schools, but we have to explore all of the options. And we've been fortunate that we've been able to identify a couple sites, not a lot, but we've been able to identify a number of sites that if the situation warrants it, if conditions worsen in this country, if Bajans don't take stock, and we get to a point where harders, you won't hear one way you're going to feel, then this government is prepared to still look after our people, because our most valuable resource is indeed our people. So people can talk all they want. We have provided devices to allow our students to get online. So it isn't a comfortable environment to work online. We get that, but none of us in here don't like to do it either. I spent from 10 o'clock yesterday morning till 8 o'clock last night on calls back to back. It is uncomfortable and we get it. But if better could be done, I assure you that we would do better. So what are we going to do in the interim? We're going to make sure that this opportunity that we have, which often does not come around for us on a regular basis, where we have a bit more time to be able to do the improvements, where we have the money, we're going to fix and we're going to repair and we're going to do what we have to do. The minor repairs we've had to do in relation to the ashfall, we've had to do a lot of stuff on the school plans. And Hurricane Elsa didn't help it either. People just feel that buildings are just there and nothing happens to them. They are like your household. They get damaged. They need repairs. They need maintenance, Madam Chair. And the truth of the matter is that we have had to intervene over the last couple of months to do the necessary repairs to keep these buildings going, even though for the most part, the buildings have not been occupied. So when it comes to this upcoming term and the online environment, the truth of the matter is we've said from the 6th of September, the ITCs will be on call to make sure that they can assist us and the parents. For those students who don't have devices, for those students who the devices might have a little virus, for the ones who at the end of the day, they need a device before, but all of a sudden they need a device. We have made the provision for that. We have worked with the teachers to make sure that they're also in a position to understand how to use the technology. But more importantly, Madam Chair, we understand that there's something called mental health and wellness that is impacting our students, and it is also impacting our teachers. And we have addressed it. We have addressed it because early on we said we needed to have a mental health and wellness committee, and we established it. And the committee has been reporting on a regular basis as to the issues that have been presenting themselves over the course of this pandemic. They have been trying to fine-tune all of the various mechanisms for reporting coming from the schools and all of the various persons who intervene to deal with mental health and wellness. But we have also been increasing our school counselors and our guidance counselors and our primary school counselors and our social workers to make sure that one of the fundamental things that we're able to do when children return to school, whether because they've been dislocated or because they have had difficulty adjusting because the parents have been laid off or whatever, because they've had COVID, whatever the issues, that we are in a position to be able to not only deal with their educational advancement, but we also have to be able to deal with their mental health and wellness. Because it ain't easy out there. There are children whose parents are not working. There are parents who are frustrated that their children are in the house all the time. We get it. We get it. But this discussion has to now shift to what is safe for our children as well. Do we place them in an environment where we have over 100 young people getting sick under the age of 18? When prior to this Delta variant, we didn't have those concerns. It was the adult population, the older people that we were focusing on. Now, all of a sudden, with this Delta variant, we find ourselves in a situation where it is highly transmissible, and it is touching the youngest of children in this country. Well, I can't be minister, I tell me, I ain't got no children, but all of the nation's children belong to me. And from where I stand, I have a responsibility to make sure that our children are safe. And in the same way that we have reopened schools before in a gradual way, and in the same way that we've put safety monitors in our schools and made sure that the protocols were followed and we were in a position to adhere to all of the protocols that were necessary, whenever that time comes, when the Ministry of Health gives us the green light, the Ministry of Education is going to be ready to allow students to come back to school. And it will either be in a full face-to-face way or it will be in a blended way. But we assure you that this is but a period that we have to make some adjustments, and I would hope that parents appreciate that we have tried to give the announcement from early so that there is little disruption in terms of those who have gone out or were planning to go and buy school uniforms and, you know, all of the things that the stationery supplies. The truth of the matter is I've already gotten the calls from the business owners who have complained that some of the people have started to cancel the orders. But the truth of the matter is, while I am sympathetic to that, I also understand that I have a responsibility to make sure that children are safe and that our teachers operate in a safe environment. And so long as the conditions remain as they are and our cases continue to rise and our cases continue to infect our youngest in this population, then I have a responsibility to make sure that we keep them safe. Our vaccination rate is at about 2,000 as of yesterday. I haven't gotten the numbers for today, but we have about 2,000 children under the age of 18 vaccinated. Our target is to vaccinate about 21,000. I therefore want to appeal not only to my colleagues, but also to all who can hear me, to encourage our parents to participate in the campaign to get the children vaccinated. This has been something that we have been doing for decades, and we've been doing it well, immunization. And we've been able to eradicate a number of our childhood diseases. And the truth of the matter is all of the pediatricians are unanimous in their view that we really need to have especially our most vulnerable children vaccinated at this point in time. Those who are uncertain will remain uncertain. We're going to continue to educate. We're going to put the information out there upon which you can make your choices. But the truth of the matter is that even under the current regime for immunization, there are exemptions which are allowed for persons on medical grounds or even in relation to religious grounds. So if it is that persons opt not to have the children vaccinated, the law is already there to take care of them. And the relevant application may need to be made whether through public health or to the Ministry of Education for those exemptions. But what we want come the next time that I make the announcement that we're going back to school is that our vaccination rate has increased, not only with our children, but also with our adult population, and that we are in a position where we can feel more confident allowing our children to be able to go into the school environment and to be taught by their teachers. Madam Chair, I am therefore, I hope I have placed in the context where we are in terms of the Wilkie Comerbat School and have appealed to those who are within earshot as to why it is important that we get these children vaccinated as well as our adults. I am happy as the representative for St. Michael's Southeast to deliver on what I have promised in relation to making sure that the conditions of the Wilkie Comerbat School are improved. I ain't no hodgepodge person. I ain't coming to put a plaster on no sore. If I am going to do something, my legacy will show I'm going to do it properly. I am grateful to those even within further in my constituency who from the Goddard's Group have offered to do over a $1 million investment in what was an abandoned 16 classrooms at the Parkinson School, which for the next school term will actually become a cultural arts facility for the visual and the creative arts. And I can think of no better place for one of what will perhaps go on to be our specialist schools to be there, since from that institution has emerged several of our calypsonians, several of our visual artists, several of the persons, even the Pinelands Creative Workshop has been housed there. The dramatic presentations have been going on over the years. I can think of no better location to house that type of specialist institution than within the halls and the walls of the Parkinson Memorial School. And therefore, Madam Chair, I look forward to us completing our summer program. We're spending over $2.9 million in relation to school repairs for the domestic summer program. We're touching every parish in terms of being able to conduct repairs. Madam Chair, you have been on my case about the St. Catherine's Primary School, and I'm pleased to report to you and to those parents who are anxious to know what is happening. Work has started on the roof. The roof was damaged by Hurricane Elsa, and as a consequence, it was due for repairs before, but as happens with these natural occurrences, sometimes the works have to be accelerated because of these conditions. And so I can assure you that that particular institution will allow you now to sleep a little bit easier, because I'm sure you have been inundated, as have all of us, in relation to repairs to the schools. So I look forward, Madam Chair, to being able to see the full execution of this project. As I said, the $6.9 million is projected. It has not been approved fully, but at least $2.9 million will give us a good head start to make significant inroads into the institution, and to certainly allow the students who have been at 3 different locations for the last few months to at least be able to be housed back in the institution as we get ready to do the additional repairs. Madam Chair, with that, I therefore move that head 87 do now stand part.
Seconder? Seconder? Okay. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, just to remind members, we have 7 minutes to finish 3 heads.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I was going to reserve my voice on these matters for this afternoon, but it would seem as though members have a spirit of debate today. I'm impressed. I want to spend some time in this honorable House. Just to comment on one matter with reference to this head, education. Madam Chair, there are those who have served this country at the highest levels in the professions and in business and in other endeavors. They've even served at the highest level in this chamber and the other place. And they were products of what is referred to as what I referred to as the newer secondary schools in Barbados. Not the Harrison College, the Lodge, the Combermere Foundation, but the St. Leonard's, the Parkinson, the Garrison. I know they go by some new names now, which I don't altogether remember, but you know what I'm talking about. But the fact is, there was a time in this country when the institutional architecture available to us to serve the purpose of educating our young people was inadequate and insufficient to cater to the numbers who would be making demands on the system of education. We had hundreds, thousands of young people in this country who were being turned out of secondary school around age 14 until under the administration of former member of St. George North, now Sir Louis Tull, St. George South, sorry, now Sir Louis Tull. That aspect of our education experience for thousands of our young people was changed. It was what I refer to as a revolutionary change. Parliaments can enact legislation, administrations can take initiatives which many of the time are merely cosmetic. Some of them, in fact and in effect, can result in change in the lives of Barbadian people. But it's the rare moment when revolutionary change comes about. It is my view that change in a way of educating our young people under a former Barbados Labour Party administration and under the stewardship of the then Louis Tull as Minister of Education, that facilitated the continuance in school of 14-year-old young people across this, that constituted a significant difference to their lives and in the life and development of this country. And it was quite a revolutionary initiative. It was quite a revolutionary decision that triggered a movement in Barbados, which allowed for several who could now have a prolonged period in school to better develop themselves as to be in a position to positively contribute not only to their families, their communities, but to this country as a whole, some even at the level of this parliament. There are some who are here today. There are some who served in the last administration. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's testament to his contribution. The point I really and simply want to make is this. We can give a person the title of sir, and when that person goes, largely to speak, that title goes with them, because their legacy is not spoken of necessarily beyond that point in relation to the title and what it meant. But there are other ways of honoring people. Now, if I know Mr. Tull, he is not the kind of fellow who would hanker after honors and this type of recognition. But I humbly suggest to the Honourable Minister of Education that she encourages her cabinet to consider the conferral of such an honor on the now Sir Louis Randall Tull, as that the St. George Secondary School perhaps can be named after him and in his honor. I believe very strongly in specialization being introduced to our schools. I have spoken with reference to the St. George Secondary School already. I believe it is sufficiently, adequately, and well located that the specialization of agriculture, development of agribusiness and agro-industries, and the whole concept of agriculture, especially in these modern contexts, could be developed using that institution, that school, as an institution which is central to that. I suggest that as well to the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Philip South. I really believe Mr. Tull, Sir Louis Tull, is deserving of this honor. I believe that school and what it has to offer can be significantly improved if this aspect of specialization is attached to it. And I encourage my honourable friend from St. Michael South East, Minister of Education, to consider asking her cabinet to name the school in honor of Sir Louis Tull.
Thank you. Question is that head 87 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 82, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, in the amount of $25,738,380.
Honourable member for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It won't be laborious today, but just to say
You can't be.
Yes, but respectfully, it would be remiss of me not to come and pay tribute to one of our lost comrades, Damien Lynch, who died in the line of duty. And I want to say today, I want to extend the vocal cords of every single member in the sanitation, the entire family, to wish condolences, certainly on behalf of myself and the entire government. But a word was used today, or a theme by my friend from St. James Central, the Honourable Minister responsible for Commerce.
Honourable member, I hate to rush you, but we have like 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I just want to briefly say that the money will be well spent in the national rollout program with the BIMS for the Sanitation Service Authority, with the automated routes, and certainly bring a new deal to those in the sanitation. The $5,846,000 will be spent, of course, in the national cleanup program with the beautiful team that represents our beautiful country, our idyllic country. Yeah. And of course, the other $2,335,880 will certainly go to help build out our National Botanical Garden, which will represent the epicenter of St. Michael, and certainly the oasis of the Caribbean as it relates to botanical and the whole aspect of botanical garden. So with those few words, albeit rushed, I want to say that I beg that this head stand par. Thank you.
Question is that head 82 stand par. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 83. Head 83, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in the amount of $4 million.
Honourable member for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I must say that on this historic day, in this honorable chamber, where the member for St. James Central piloted a bill that brings a new deal for vending that transcends agriculture, that I am rushed to present to this House a supplementary for $4 million that will bring about relief to the livestock sector of Barbados. And I would really have loved to elucidate on this some more for the public's knowledge, but I wish, Madam Chair, given the constraints of time, that this head now stand par.
Seconder? Question is that head 83 stand par. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, Ministry of People Empowerment, in the amount of $900,000.
Honourable member for St. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move that the amount of $900,000 in subvention for the charitable organizations of Barbados that have offered assistance to the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, and indeed to the people of Barbados, that this honourable chamber, that this head stamps part.
Question is that head 35 stand par. All of the members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report passing. Report passing of. Report to His Honour the passing of.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one money resolution in Standing Finance Committee.
Seconder? Question is that I do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one money resolution in Standing Finance Committee. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of the Standing Finance Committee has reported in the passing of one money resolution in Standing Finance Committee. Honourable Government Business.
Second time, right? Second time. You can go to adjournment. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution be read a first time.
Questions that the aforementioned resolution be read the first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution be read a second time.
The question is that the aforementioned resolution be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution be read a third time.
Questions that the aforementioned resolution be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
The Speaker will be committal of order number 5, dealing with the vending bill.
She raised her ask for that resolution to stand passing a third time. Yes, sir. Inform her. Just inform her. Yeah. We agreed to. Yes, you did. You need to. You really should have. Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution be now agreed to.
Questions that the aforementioned resolution be agreed to. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we committal of order number 5, dealing with the National Vending Bill 2021.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am in your hands, sir, as to how we should proceed. I have the terms of reference settled. Equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, they're embodied within a message from the Honourable the House of Assembly to the Honourable the Senate.
Yes.
It might be an economy of time, sir, and I await your ruling and invite it as to whether you would prefer for me to ask that the House accept the message as a whole, or just to treat to the terms of reference.
Honourable Member, no, I prefer if you read it out in its entirety.
I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker. The message from the Honourable the House of Assembly to the Honourable the Senate. The Honourable the House of Assembly has the honour to inform the Honourable the Senate that on the 31st day of August 2021, the Honourable the House of Assembly committed the following bill, National Vending Bill 2021, to a joint select committee of the two houses comprising 8 members of the Honourable the House of Assembly and 6 members of the Honourable the Senate, and has approved the following terms of reference for the committee. The terms of reference: 1, to inquire into and determine whether the bill as drafted fulfills the express objects of the promotion, regulation, and decriminalization of vending in Barbados. 2, to examine and determine whether the bill as drafted will, upon effective implementation, fulfill the expressed objects of improving the environment for vending, thus contributing to the development of an ethos of transparency, compliance, accountability, and development of the sector. 3, to consider whether the bill as drafted offers an effective enforcement procedure to ensure compliance with the provisions of the bill. 4, to make recommended changes, if deemed necessary, to the bill as drafted for further consideration by Chief Parliamentary Counsel. The House of Assembly has appointed the following members to the Joint Select Committee: the Honourable Kerry D. Simmons MP, Minister of Energy, Small Business and Entrepreneurship; the Honourable G. P. Ian Gooding Edgell MP, Minister of Transport, Works and Water Resources; the Honourable Adrian R. Ford MP, Minister of Youth and Community Empowerment. Sorry? That needs to be corrected, Mr. Speaker, sir. Is Minister of Environment and National Beautification. And for the record, sir, I'm reading it as it was presented to me by the clerk. The Honourable Indar Weir MP, Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. The Honourable Kirk M.D. Humphrey MP, Minister of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy. Mr. Trevor A. Prescott JP MP, and Ms. Tony N.S. Moore MP, Bishop Joseph J.S. Athley JP MP, Leader of the Opposition. The House of Assembly has the honour to invite the Honourable the Senate to appoint 6 members to the Joint Select Committee, dated the 31st of August 2021. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would beg to move that this message be agreed to for transmission to the Senate. Kurt, who? DM? There will be another amendment, sir. I believe that the late hour has the clerk of the House under some pressure. It is the Honourable Kurt DM as opposed to MD.
So you would wish that this message be
transmitted to the Senate.
Right, as amended.
As amended.
The question is for the message to be sent as amended to the Honourable the Senate. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I I'm speaking on the adjournment, Mr. Speaker. Usually it would be for a short period. We've been adjourning only for a week or two in recent times, given the nature of the environment that we've been operating in. But on this occasion, I rise to beg to move that the House be adjourned for a period of 3 weeks until the 21st of September. I see the clerk smiling in front of me, and I'm pretty sure that they, like all the other staff in the building who work tirelessly to try to keep up with our pace as a government, will get a much-deserved break during this 3-week period. Let me, on behalf of my colleagues and certainly on behalf of the government of Barbados, express sincere thanks to all of the staff here, the clerks, the ushers, the members of the Royal Barbados Police Force, the persons who conduct all of the catering, security, everyone who makes it possible for us, Mr. Speaker, to be able to conduct the business of the people of this country. It has not been an easy period to govern. It has certainly not been an easy period in which to push through all of the things that certainly we came to office in order to do. I know that there's still lots more to be done, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe, even as I listen to the debate over the course of today, that while some people may be dissatisfied that we have made yet some significant changes and certainly a number of things that will impact on the lives of Barbadians, even if not in the immediate period, but certainly over the medium to long term, Mr. Speaker. And I am grateful, sir, to you for your patience. On many occasions, I'm sure your patience is running thin with us, but you endure nonetheless, and you continue to provide that support and the guidance that is necessary. The leader of the opposition continues to keep us on our toes. He reminds us constantly of the fact that he's still very much sharing in a lot of the successes of this administration, but he has a responsibility to do what the leader of the opposition must do, which is at times to oppose. And we take it with the sincerity, I believe, in which it is being bestowed on us. And I am happy that we can engage in the type of discourse in this chamber that we do. We may not always agree, and the truth of the matter is that we're not supposed to always agree, whether it is backbenchers, whether it is members of the cabinet, whether it is the leader of the opposition. We will not always agree, sir. But we come here with an agenda, which is to represent the interests of the people who sent us here. And so long as we're respectful of the views of each other, I believe that we can continue to conduct the business of the people with a certain level of decorum that is expected of those who have vested this power within us. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to therefore move the adjournment of this sitting until the 21st of September at 10 a.m. I pray and hope that we do not have to, Tuesday, yeah, that we do not have to return beforehand, but I can make no promises to honourable members that the nature of this situation may not at some point require it. We've tried today to pass through as many of the supplementaries that are necessary, in particular for the Ministry of Health to be able to get going and to be able to manage this next spike in our cases. But again, I pray and hope that we won't have to come back, and that members, including you, Mr. Speaker, and all of the staff that work with us and all of my colleagues have the opportunity to get a much-needed rest.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 21st day of September at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 21st day of September at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.